Tes, dengeran nggak? Tes, tes. Dengar.
Ya yang tante itu kasih satu kata udah aja itu.
Halo, tes, tes.
Masuk.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Suara saya masuk, Mas?
Masuk, masuk.
Tes.
Masuk,
Tes.
masuk.
Nggak feedback berarti ya?
Enggak. Ya, dia ngomong situ.
Jelas banget suaranya.
Lihat suaranya kencang banget sampai sini.
Aduh, nggak dapet lagi background-nya. Waduh, hitam sekali saya.
Jam 8.
Background-nya dapet nggak, Mas?
Bisa pakai background.
Berarti harus di belakangnya putih, Rudi.
Hijau harus gelap.
Hijau atau putih bisa sih sebenarnya, asal polos gitu. Ini polosnya.
Tadi nggak bisa nyoba, malah muka saya yang ke background.
Jadi itu ya, hologram. Mister Hologram.
Berarti begini aja.
Ini kayak kita menggema-gema.
Ya jangan gerak-gerak kali.
Ada BTS-nya, ya. Oke.
Diganti jangan lupa.
Ya udah. Mister Danang belum diganti. Kok suara
Saya gema-gema ya?
Udah.
Di sini ada masuk.
Balik itunya, biar deket ke itunya. Nanti pakai ini, pakai mic-nya nggak? Nanti.
Assalamualaikum. Halo, halo.
Coba tutup.
Bentar. Suaraku jelas nggak?
Jelas, jelas, jelas. Terus saya mau toilet ah.
Second tempo. The webinar will be divided into two sessions. The first session will comprise two presentations, one from Melbourne, Australia, the other one from Malaysia.
You heard minum mas, aman. Nah, lebih terang. Tes suaranya dulu mas.
Ayo Rudi, kita latihan. Ini udah masuk jam 8. Coba ngomong.
Tes.
Enggak sih, nggak nabrak ya? Halo?
Nabrak sedikit.
Ya,
Sedikit.
Assalamualaikum.
Kedengeran nggak di Mas Ali suaranya?
Kedengeran.
Nggak, maksudnya Mas Ali ngomong kedengeran suara Mas Ali sendiri nggak? Coba.
Assalamualaikum. Iya.
Ya, sini dulu ya. Assalamualaikum. Kedengeran nggak?
Kedengeran.
Jelas gitu, bulat.
Jelas, bulat. Coba kalau saya ngomong di situ, bayang nggak? Tes. Bayang ada gemanya gitu nggak?
Enggak.
Yaudah. Berarti bisa ya?
Tipis tapi.
Tipis suaranya.
Iya.
Suara saya yang kecil. Assalamualaikum.
Sudah mulai dimasukin ya? Pesertanya sudah mulai dimasukin.
Oke.
Oh, udah.
Rakyat wajahnya loh.
Ada. Harus di itu dulu kan? Emang enggak?
Iya.
Berarti wait.
Jadi banyak.
Pakai apa?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Halo, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, bapak-bapak, ibu-ibu sekalian.
Selamat pagi, bapak-bapak, ibu sekalian. Apakah suara saya terdengar? Alhamdulillah.
Oke.
Apa kabar Bapak Ibu sekalian? Terima kasih telah bergabung dalam international webinar kita. Apa?
Oke, sambil menunggu bapak-bapak ibu sekalian, acara ini akan dimulai. Ya, acara ini akan dimulai sekitar jam 8.15, yang mana di sini akan ada
Acara kita akan dimulai jam 8:15. Nanti akan ada seminar dan materi dari 4 profesor dari berbagai negara ya. Ada associate profesor utama, ada associate profesor Hasing Hao,
dan ada asosiat Profesor Norasida Muhammad Nur dari Malaysia, dan juga ada asosiat Profesor Muhammad Zaki CH dari Patoni University Thailand. Nah, nanti acara ini berlangsung sekitar sampai dengan jam 12 siang, yang mana acara ini akan berlangsung full English, Bapak Ibu sekalian. Seperti itu.
Ada sudah ada ini, ada kepastian ada.
Acara ini akan dipandu oleh saya, Ali Satria Effendi,
Dan saya Rudi Sutanto sebagai MC di sini dengan Mas Ali.
Hai juga.
Halo.
Halo. Wah, sekarang sudah ada 100 peserta.
Kan itu
Apa? Ganti pikiran. Bukan. Ini apa ini? Sana.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam. Selamat pagi, Mbak dan Mas kalian. Ketemu
Selamat
kita
pagi.
di sini.
Pagi.
Sudah sarapan semuanya?
Alhamdulillah sudah, Bu.
Ibu Nadia udah sarapan belum?
Oh, ini sambil sarapan.
Sambil sarapan. Iya, kita juga boleh ya sambil sarapan, sambil ngopi
Ya.
juga.
Boleh,
biar
boleh.
santai.
Coba sarapannya tunjukkan ke
Iya.
layar kalau misalnya sarapan.
Saya lagi sarapan apa nih? Lagi sarapan ketan.
Ya.
Ini saya sedang teh. Tapi ini properti tehnya kosong.
Nanti sambil menunggu teman-teman yang lain masuk, karena kita akan mulai jam 8:20, saya akan mengingatkan tentang peraturan hari ini, supaya kita sama-sama enak mengikuti webinarnya. Jadi pada saat kegiatan sudah berlangsung, semua akan mute ya. Teman-teman nanti mic-nya tolong dimatikan. Kalau tidak bisa mematikannya, nanti akan dibantu dimatikan oleh tim yang ada di sini. Selain saya Nadia dan Mas Rudi, juga Mas Ali, ada teman-teman lain yang ikut bertugas, yaitu Mas Andi, ada Mr. Danang, dan juga ada Rizky Maulana ya. Jadi nanti kalaupun misalnya ada pertanyaan yang sangat penting, masih bisa disampaikan melalui grup WhatsApp kita. Tapi alhamdulillah saya lihat semua tidak ada masalah ya untuk bergabung di Zoom. Bagaimana dengan suaranya? Apakah cukup terdengar?
Terdengar, Kak.
Oke, siap. Alhamdulillah. Mudah-mudahan tidak ada masalah dengan ini ya, dengan siaran kita, karena jika misalnya nanti ada putus-putus, itu berarti koneksi di tempat Mas dan Mbak, Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Saya lihat tadi sudah ada Direktur Pasca Sarjana UNISKA yang sudah bergabung bersama kita. Ada Bapak Abu Talkah, sudah ada di sini, betul ya? Ya, terima kasih Bapak. Kita hari ini bisa bersilaturahmi dan belajar sesuatu yang baru. Nah, nanti untuk masalah mute dan unmute-nya, jadi pada saat menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya, silakan untuk dinyalakan, kita nyanyi bersama-sama ya. Ya, mohon untuk tidak mencoba screen share ya. Jadi tombol screen share itu tidak boleh dipakai ya. Ya. Jadi di situ kan mungkin dilihat ada share screen ya. Nah, share screen itu jangan digunakan. Kalau dilihat di bawah ada tombol chat ya. Jadi ketika nanti mau bertanya bisa melalui chat ini. Boleh dicoba teman-teman semuanya. Jadi di bagian bawah ada chat. Kemudian silakan kalau mau mengajukan pertanyaan bisa disampaikan ke saya. Atau kalau bingung to everyone juga boleh. Mungkin ada yang mau coba dites kirim pesan ke saya?
Ini
Pilih saya
saya,
Nadia Abidin.
oh ini saya sedang ngetes nih Bu Nadia.
Ya.
Chatnya.
Jadi jika teman-teman mengirimkan pesan ke saya, nanti saya akan membacanya secara pribadi ya. Tapi kalau bingung tidak apa-apa, bisa langsung dikirimkan pertanyaannya di kolom chat. Nanti saya akan pilih pertanyaan untuk disampaikan kepada pembicara. Kalau nanti kebingungan, wah bahasa Inggris saya kurang bagus, tenang, nanti saya bisa bantu untuk mengalih bahasakannya. Tapi alangkah baiknya dicoba ya. Kita pakai bahasa Inggris, walaupun bahasa Inggris mungkin agak-agak susah, tapi hari ini kesempatan kita untuk berlatih ya sama native speaker dari Australia. Wah, asik banget. Nah, saya alihkan lagi nih ke Mas Ali dan Mas Rudi sebagai moderator. Silakan berbincang-bincang dulu sampai jam 8:20 dan baru dimulai. Silakan.
Oke, terima kasih Kak Nadia.
Thank you Kak Nadia. So, we'd like to start our session today by saying good morning, everyone. How are you today?
Good morning, everyone. I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. and Miss.
Good morning, Pak.
Good morning, sir.
So today we will have suara kedengaran nggak? Okay. So today we will have 4 speakers from various countries. First speaker is Professor Adam Armstrong from Victoria University, Australia, and then Associate Professor Norasida Mohamed Nur from University Putra, Malaysia.
And then there is Associate Professor Sing Hao Wu from National University of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Associate Professor Muhammad Jaki Cheha from Fatoni University, Thailand. And then our great and cheerful moderator is Nadia Abidin, MSI MPD.
And then between those sessions, we will have ice breaking.
Yes.
Ice breaking. In the ice breaking session, we will play a game. I hope you like that game because it's very funny.
And interesting, of course.
Interesting. I think it's very funny, yeah.
Atau ini sebentar saya sekarang.
Kita akan mulai dalam waktu 3 menit lagi. Nanti begitu sudah dimulai untuk menghemat daya dan data dari teman-teman sekalian, untuk ini ya, untuk webcam-nya bisa dimatikan dulu. Ya, nanti. Kalau untuk sekarang nggak apa-apa.
Oke, Bapak-Bapak, Ibu-Ibu, 2 menit lagi kita akan memulai acara webinar kita. Sebelum kita memulai, mohon diaktifkan dulu kameranya, kita foto bersama dulu. Dimohon untuk Bapak-Bapak dan Ibu-Ibu yang kameranya masih dalam kondisi off, segera di-on-kan dulu. Kita foto bersama dulu ya, Bapak-Bapak, Ibu-Ibu. Saya coba absen sekalian.
Oke, kita foto bersama ya. Silakan dinyalakan dulu.
Aduh, iya hilang.
Sudah bisa. Ini sekalian latihan buat nanti kalau yang mau nanya biar kelihatan eksis wajahnya. Yuk kita lihat dulu nih yang ganteng-ganteng yang dan cantik-cantik.
Ready?
Belum.
Ya, mari kita saling melihat nih. Nanti kalau misalnya ketemu di jalan, jangan lupa untuk disapa-sapa.
Saya mau memandang muka satu-satu dulu.
Oke.
Ibu Lulu Listiana mungkin kameranya bisa di-on-kan dulu.
Oke, yang belum nih ada siapa ini?
Bapak Koko, Bapak
Oke, Pak Tri ya. Bu
Ibu
Nisa.
Ibu
Ini dinyalakan dulu. Fastabikul Khairat. Nah, ini siapa ini?
Ibu
Pakai
Siti.
nama asli ya, jangan pakai alias biar kita bisa kenal.
Nama asli itu, Bu.
Ya, Mas Koko. Silakan dinyalakan.
Maaf,
Ya.
kita berikan ucapan selamatnya dengan memberikan isyarat.
Oke. Ini ada Mas Jarot
Memberikan
juga.
ucapan selamat, kami persilahkan.
Oke. Saya akan foto nih ya. Ini untuk batch pertama nih yang di depan-depan ini. Semuanya senyum ya, senyum. Ya. Dalam hitungan 3 ya. 1, 2. Oke. Sekarang yang sebelahnya lagi nih, ini ada 6 kali nih, 6 kali foto karena banyak orangnya. Ya, sekarang sekali lagi nih untuk yang foto yang kedua. 1, 2, 3. Baik. Grup ketiga. Ya, kita belajar nyengir ya, kita belajar tersenyum karena pagi-pagi itu harus bahagia ya. Coba 1, 2, 3 senyum lagi. Ya, kita lanjut lagi nih. Batch keempat. Wah, banyak sekali. Ayo. 1, 2, 3, mari senyum. Oke. Kita ke yang grup kelima nih. Grup kelima ini banyak yang belum dinyalakan, tidak apa-apa. Mari. 1, 2, 3. Dan yang terakhir ini foto sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Oke, sekarang sudah menunjukkan pukul 8:21 menit. Kita sudah langsung mulai ya. Silakan kepada MC untuk memulai acaranya.
Oke, terima kasih Kak Nadia. Oke, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your kind attention, please? We are about to begin the webinar. Before we start, please set the camera on and mute the audio during the webinar begin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm good morning, one and all. It gives us immense pleasure to welcome you to this international webinar. The Honorable Professor Ali Mahsan Musa, as Director of UNISKA Kediri, Indonesia, the Honorable Associate Professor Abu Talk, Universitas Islam Kadiri, Indonesia, the Honorable Professor Dato Tun Syahrul Reza, the Director of Mandala International Services, the Honorable Professor Anona Armstrong from Victoria University, Australia, the Honorable Associate Professor Nurasida Muhammad Noor from University Putra, Malaysia.
And then the Honorable Associate Professor Ting Hao Hu from National University of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. The Honorable Associate Professor Muhammad Zaki Cheha, Fatoni University, Thailand. The Honorable Banadiah Abidin, MSI, MPD from Canak Negeri. And then the Honorable Lecturers and all participants. Let's send our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty, for this valuable opportunity. Salawat and salam may be upon our Prophet and his companions.
My name is Rudy Sutanto.
And my name is Ali Satria Fendi.
It is our privilege to have you all with us today. Before we start it, let us pray in accordance with trust respectively. May God make this rewarding event for all of us, which it will run smoothly and conducive. Pray begin. Thank you very much. On behalf of the committee, we would like to welcome all of you to this international webinar entitled International Services, International Strategic Management and Law During COVID-19 Pandemic, Trends and Challenges, held by the postgraduate program Universitas Islam Kadiri UNISKA, supported by Mandala International Education Services, Cahaya Anak Negeri, and Bangun Kota. We are now ready to begin the international webinar.
First of all, allow us to introduce you to the agenda. First of all, allow us to introduce you to the agenda. We will start by the opening, continued by singing Indonesian national anthem. After that, there will be an opening remarks delivered by Director of UNISKA Kediri, Professor Ali Mahsan Musa. Assalamualaikum, Professor. How are you? And then the agenda will be continued with session 1 discussion. In session 1, there are 2 speakers. First, we have Professor Anona Armstrong from Victoria University, Melbourne. She will talk about moral dilemma, the response to COVID-19 in Australia. Our second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Dorasida Muhammad Noor from UPM, Malaysia. She will talk about COVID-19 and economy or health matters. This session will followed by a Q&A session.
Before we move to the session 2, we will have icebreaker to relax our mind for a while. In the second section, we also have 2 speakers. The speaker is Associate Professor Sing Hao Wu, Dean of International Affairs from National University of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. And then he will talk about the experience of preventing COVID-19 pandemic risk in campus, a case study of National University of Kaohsiung. And then the second speaker is Session 2 is Associate Professor Muhammad Zaki Cheha from Patani University, Thailand. He will talk about Islamic way of confrontation with contemporary challenges. There will be Q&A section followed in the final section. After that, There will be closing remarks from Associate Professor Abu Talka from Universitas Islam Kadiri Indonesia, then followed by closing section.
We would like to remind all participants to join the webinar till the end and fill the attendance link to get module and e-certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, our next agenda is singing national anthem.
Indonesia bersatu dalam raga air. Kita bersatu Indonesia satu.
Jumlah jiwanya tak takkan Indonesia
Thank you.
Thank you.
Aku putun tak
Ladies and gentlemen, to begin this program, we are pleased to have Professor Ali Mahsan Musa as Director of UNISKA Kediri, Indonesia, to deliver the opening speech. Before that, I will read about his qualification. He was a Bachelor of Arabian Faculty at IAIN SA Surabaya and Master of Social Science in UNER Surabaya, the Doctoral Social Science in UNER Surabaya, and the Headmaster Sociology in UIN-SA Surabaya. With his several great early careers at Junior Lecturer at Sociology, Philosophy, Language at IAIN-SA Surabaya, the Head Lecturer at Sociology, Philosophy, Language at IAIN-SA Surabaya, Member 8 Committee Representative of the Republic Indonesia in 2009 until 2014, the Member Honorable Council Representative of the Republic Indonesia in 2009 until 2014. Recently, Professor Ali Mahsan Musa is the former rector in UNISKA Kediri, Vice Head of Rais Syuriah PWNU East Java, the Coordinator Religion and Ethnicity Forum East Java, and Headmaster Sociology in UIN-SA Surabaya. Professor Ali Mahsan Musa has over 50 publications, including 12 books and 34 articles in the areas of Islamic nationalism and society. He was awarded with Manggala Karya Kencana from the President Republik Indonesia. For your information, Manggala Karya Kencana is a high dedication national reward regarding to citizen control programs. Professor Ali Mahsan Musa, the floor is now yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wal aqibatu lil muttaqin. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wal aqibatu lil muttaqin. Allahumma shalli wa sallim wa barik ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Excellency Prof. Anuna Armstrong from Victoria University, Associate Prof. Nur Rashidah Nur from University Putra Malaysia, Associate Prof. Sing Hau Wu from Taiwan University, Associate Prof. Muhammad Zaki Seha from Patani University Thailand. Praise be for Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. I am really happy to welcome you to the webinar of our program Kampus UNISKA Kediri. We are going to talk about international strategic management, corporate management, and law during COVID-19, threat and challenges. There are many advantages that we can get from this webinar. I hope the webinar can develop our point of view because it gives us many of new information and knowledge that we need. By this webinar, we will know all of many things related with strategic management and law during COVID-19 as the window of a new world. Ladies and gentlemen dan seluruh partisipan webinar ini, pada dasarnya bicara strategic management atau strategic corporate management yang dihubungkan dengan problem hukum dan problem pandemi yang itu bagian daripada membaca kendala dan peluang. Kita sedang mencoba mendesain, men-shaping keseimbangan antara aspek-aspek manajemen yang ada antara planning sampai kontrol atau evaluasi. Dan pada dasarnya webinar ini kita mencoba proses equality antara kemampuan yang ada dalam diri kita dengan kendala-kendala yang ada di luar kita. Walaupun kita harus tetap punya mimpi, we have a dream bahwa kita akan mampu menyelesaikan persoalan-persoalan yang ada di depan kita. Ya. Sebelum pandemi 4.0 sebenarnya memang dunia usaha sudah diperberat, dipusingkan dengan sisi negatif 4.0 or disruptive of 4.0, yaitu bahwa realitasnya sudah mulai banyak gerai-gerai yang harus ditutup. Ya, di Indonesia kita lihat Matahari aja sudah banyak yang menutup beberapa gerainya dan bahkan banyak orang di PHK, sehingga persoalan pokoknya saat ini adalah bukan hanya orang kehilangan pekerjaan, artinya pekerjaan itu menjadi hilang, diganti oleh big data dan artificial kecerdasan atau artificial intelligence. Oleh karena itulah mudah-mudahan webinar ini akan mampu memberikan pandangan-pandangan yang progresif, yang positif, yang memberikan peluang-peluang pada kita untuk tetap berusaha mencapai apa yang kita inginkan. Ya. Ada tiga hal yang menurut para pakar yang harus kita cermati hari ini. Satu adalah super money atau hard money, di mana hari ini banyak pengusaha besar, para konglomerat yang tidak mau menginvestasikan uangnya untuk pengembangan perusahaan atau usaha, tapi hanya dimasukkan pada pasar modal agar segera mendapatkan keuntungan yang lebih besar. Ini problem pertama. Yang kedua adalah mega corporation yang mudah dibaca bahwa mega korporasi ini selalu ada unsur monopoli sebagai ciri khas daripada mega korporasi ini. Dan yang kedua adalah problem hukum law, di mana dengan kecerdasan dua hal, Superman itu hard money dan mega corporation, itu banyak negara di dunia ini yang ketinggalan mengatur dengan sistem hukum yang pas, yang bisa membaca, ya, mengatur kecerdasan Superman dan mega corporation itu. Sehingga pertanyaan dasarnya hari ini, what is the future? Bagaimana nasib masa depan anak-anak kita, dan rezeki yang semakin sulit mencarinya. Termasuk problem yang kedua adalah why it is up to us. Maka mudah-mudahan webinar ini akan mampu sekali lagi memberikan jawaban-jawaban yang konstruktif, mudah-mudahan. Amin Allahumma amin. Ladies and gentlemen and all participants, that's all my speech. I hope what I have delivered can be an additional knowledge and information about the statistic management and law. By the webinar, inshallah it is more so live than mainstream success. Yang juga perlu saya sampaikan, thank for Mr. Tengku Syahrul Reza sebagai managing director daripada Mandala International Education Institute yang telah membantu kami, dan mudah-mudahan insya Allah God bless you Pak Syahrul. Maka akhirnya dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, webinar ini saya nyatakan dibuka secara resmi. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Ali Hasan Musa, for the great speech. He was talking about some problems in pandemic situation. For example, the role of digital, mega corporation, and other problems. So let's move to our next agenda. Our next agenda is session 1 discussion. In this session, we have two speakers. First, Professor Anna Armstrong from Victoria University, Melbourne. She will talk about moral dilemma, the response to COVID-19 in Australia. Our second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Nurashida Muhammad Nur from UPM Malaysia. She will talk about COVID-19, economy, or health matters. This session will be followed by Q&A session. Our first session will be led by Nadia Abidin, MSI MPD. Assalamualaikum, Mbak Nadia. How are you?
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. Mbak Nadia has been working in varied fields, among others as a translator, secretary, librarian, media officer, German English tutor, social worker, trainer, motivator, editor, writer, voice talent, lecturer, and entrepreneur. She is a founder, content writer, creative, and teacher at Jaya Negeri, an award-winning social institution for street children, village children, marginal children, and people in need. She is a receiver of the Kick and the Young Hero Award, Generate Advance Young Movement Award, and the Initiator Youth Award. She is also a lecturer in the Communication Management Department of the Social Science and Management Institute, STIAMI. She is one of the 26 Best E-Teacher Scholarship recipients selected by the University of Oregon and Department of State in 2014. with an invite to join a professional development workshop program in the US, selected from 1,200 participants worldwide. She was awarded Best Essay Writer, receiving an award directly from the Ministry of Sports and Youth of the Republic of Indonesia during the Youth Oath commemoration ceremony broadcasted live on television in 2010. What an achievement ya. Mbak Nadia, please guide us into this session. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ali.
You're welcome.
Your Excellency Professor Ali Mashan Musa, Rector of Universitas Islam Kediri. Your Excellency Associate Professor Abu Talka, Postgraduate Program Director of Universitas Islam Kediri. Your Excellency Associate Professor Dato Tun Syahrul Reza, Director of Mandela International Education Services. Honorable Heads of Postgraduate Departments, speakers, guests, lecturers, students, and audiences. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
In this beautiful morning, I would like to express my greatest gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for allowing us to gather today for an amazing international webinar titled International Strategic Corporate Management and Law During COVID-19 Pandemic Trends and Challenges. This is initiated by the postgraduate program of Universitas Islam Kediri in cooperation with Mandala International Education Services, which is supported by Cahaya Anak Negeri and Bangun Kota. Before we start, let me introduce myself because there is a saying in Indonesia, tak kenal maka tak sayang. So if you do not know me, you might not be able to love me. So for your love and support, my name is Nadia Abidin from Cahaya Anak Negeri and Bangun Kota, and I will be your moderator for the next 4 hours. The webinar will be divided into 2 sessions. The first session will comprise 2 presentations, one from Melbourne, Australia, the other from Malaysia. The second session will comprise 2 presentations as well, but this time from Taiwan and from Thailand. Before we start, let's have one ground rule that I hope we would all agree. And this is to keep your microphone mute and webcam off at all times, except when you are selected to raise a question to one of our panelists. If you have a question, you can type it in the chat room box, so I will be able to read them after our panelists. Do we agree with that? Yes. If you do, then I will now start to introduce our first speaker, which is Professor Emerita Anona Armstrong from Victoria University, Melbourne, Australia. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning. I'm delighted to be with you.
I'm so delighted that you can join us today, Professor. How are you? How
Very
is it
well,
in
thank
Melbourne?
you.
Oh, that's great. We also have a very beautiful day in Indonesia. I will introduce you. So Professor Emerita Anona Armstrong is the former Director of Research and Research Training, Professor of Governance, and Head of the Governance Research Program in the College of Law and Justice, Victoria University. Prior to that, she was Professor of Governance and Head of the Governance Research Program. Professor Armstrong is a Life Fellow of the Australasian Evaluation Society and Clare Hall at Cambridge University and a Fellow of the Institute of Public Administration of Australia, the Australian Institute of Company Directors, and the Australian Psychological Society. She is the chairman of the boards of 2 private educational institutes, and in 2008, she was invested as a member of the Order of Australia for services to education and community. Now, this is very important buat teman-teman yang nanti mau penelitian. She has a very vast and varied research interest, namely in the field of evaluation, public policy, governance, and ethics. Jadi teman-teman, sekarang S2, nanti mungkin jika ingin S3 bisa meminta beliau untuk ikut membantu ya dalam hal menjadi promotor atau orang yang membantu di penelitian kita, yaitu di bidang evaluasi, kebijakan publik, pemerintahan, dan etika. She was chief investigator and leader of grants received by the Center for Corporate Governance Research, including an ARC grant on community governance, investigation of governance in the Victorian Treasury, developing a constitution for state-owned enterprises for the Treasury, review of the cemeteries and crematoria sector, and several evaluations of crime prevention programs for the Department of Justice. Since joining the College of Law and Justice, she managed an ARC grant to investigate small business governance and regulation, a grant by the National Institute of Accountants, and 2 grants from the Australia-China Council. She led a research team with chief investigators from Victoria University and 4 other universities, collaborating on our last ARC grant to investigate developing a responsive regulatory system for Australia's small corporations. Wah, ini luar biasa ya, penelitian beliau banyak sekali, and she has over 700 publications. Siapa di sini yang sudah penelitian publikasi sampai 700, including 53 books, 29 book chapters, and 84 journal articles in the areas of evaluation, public policy governance, and ethics. The most recent publications, Armstrong A, 2013, Governance of Public Services Companies, Australian Cases and Examples. Dan saat ini beliau sedang mensupervisi di tahun 2020 over 80 postgraduate thesis and examined 34 PhD thesis. Jadi saat ini sedang mensupervisi lebih dari 80 tesis dan juga menguji 34 PhD. She is currently also supervising 10 PhD students. Wow, this is really awesome. Now, we are going to see her presentation. Are you ready? Are you all ready?
Yes.
Okay, then let's move forward. We will give the floor to Professor Anona. Okay, and the sharing will be started by our technician, Mr. Rizky, please.
Well, thank you very much for having me here today. It really is a delight to be in Indonesia, and I have had some Indonesian students. I don't know whether they're in our list of participants today, but it's always been a delight to supervise them. I have to say that what Professor Moessa said about being a window to, or today's conference really, being a window on the changes going through into the world ahead of us, it certainly is going to be a new world in the next few years, and I think we're all aware of that. COVID-19 reached Australia on the 25th of January this year. Now, the impact on the economy, on health and well-being, it just was something quite unimaginable. But in Australia, the government response to the pandemic was swift and extensive. Some would say excessive, but compared with some other countries, it does seem to be working. The number of infections have dropped. The economy has turned the corner, starting to grow. Restrictions are gradually being relaxed. And the federal budget in October this year has confirmed a raft of economic policies that are measures to move the country out of the recession. Now, the landscape traversed by the leaders of government in this environment is responsible for taking actions that are always been and always will be very complex. But among the tools that are available to the leaders of our governments, and to help them make decisions that are good and right, are those based on ethical principles and morals. So this paper addresses what do we mean by ethics and morals, and I'll talk about 4 examples where ethical decisions could make a difference to the impact of COVID-19. So let me start by just distinguishing between ethics and morals. Ethics are principles that guide the actions and practices that are directed at improving the welfare of society. Ethics is concerned with what is good or right, what goals people and society ought to pursue, and what actions they ought to perform. So ethical principles are fairly common to us all. They're fairly universal. Be honest, have integrity, respect others, and prevent harm. And they're often coded or recorded in codes of conduct. So we have codes of conduct for the public sector in most organisations, and we'd be familiar with the ones in the health areas. Now, distinguishing between ethics and morals, a moral decision also concerns the right conduct, but it relates to social manners or customs. So where ethics is about doing good, morals are more often seen as criteria for judging various actions, various behaviours. And morals, in contrast to the principles of ethics, are largely determined by social values, such as laws, religions, and traditions. As they are also represented in personally held beliefs and behaviours, access to reliable information and being informed is therefore an ethical issue. However, good information does not necessarily of itself induce good behaviour. And there are many examples of how different morals, different beliefs influence the interpretation of the same facts. One of the examples is the gun lobby in Tasmania after the massacre there a few years ago. The gun lobby followed and argued that if people had guns, they would have been safer, whereas others argued that the tragedy demonstrated the danger of the weapons in the community. Another example of this is the climate change. Climate change deniers challenge the existence of climate change, while others who see change being created by human activities endorse restrictions and efforts to clean up the environment. So what is moral can therefore not only differ across different countries, but also between individuals. Ideally, a moral leader will give weight to the traditions of their country, but recognise that what must be regarded as moral in one situation or in a different time period will be considered immoral in another. So in general, morals are defined by the groups we belong to. Individuals are seen as moral when their actions are compatible with the communal values and attitudes. For example, displaying attitudes such as self-control, honesty, reliability, other-orientedness, and dependability. That is, morals reinforce group behaviours and values and belonging to the group. Having distinguished between ethics and morals, I would now like to turn to ethical theories. There are three major classical ethical theories. The first is ego theory, which is pursuing your own interests exclusively. Then there are teleological theories that hold that behaviour involves evaluation of the consequences of the actions that you might take. Utilitarianism is the most prominent of the teleological theories of ethics. Sometimes it's called consequentialist theory, and it supports decisions made on the basis of the greatest good for the greatest number. It holds that the moral worth of an action or practice is determined by its consequences. Third theory, is everything okay? Deontological theories is the third theory, and that addresses duty and moral obligation. One's duty is to keep promises and to pay debts, not because it's good or bad results of such actions, but because it's the right thing to do. So ethical concerns with what is good for society and what actions that are considered proper overlap with issues to do with social mores and morals. So to distinguish a little bit about morals, having talked about the ethical theories, morals are the actual system of beliefs that emerge out of a person's core values. They're specific, context-driven rules that govern their behaviour, and they're influenced by the context of the person, their religion, customs and cultures. And how cultures differ is often reflected in the importance that people attribute to particular different attributes. So the common one that we're very familiar with, I'm sure, is that Anglo cultures extol the individuals more than communities, whereas the Asian countries tend to give more emphasis to communities rather than individuals. Now, ethical principles recognise moral values that protect life and are respectful of the value of both self and others. When they are functioning correctly, they're seen to be protecting or enhancing life for all. Now, moralists also believe in rights, and the rights principle supports the belief that people have an inherent worth as human beings that must be respected. So you have the UN's Declaration of Human Rights, where the idea of free human beings enjoying freedom from fear and want, that point out that this is only achieved if conditions are created whereby everyone may enjoy his or her economic, social and cultural rights, as well as their civil and political rights. In this context, the World Health Organization and the UN have both expressed concerns about the ethical impact of COVID-19. And among these concerns are the World Health Organization published principles to guide the ethical approaches to issues such as contract tracing and proximity tracing, and infringements to the rights of privacy, and warning against blurring the lines between disease tracing and population surveillance. Now, COVID-19 highlights many issues that require ethical and moral responses at all levels. I want to now turn to the 4 examples out of which I think you can keep going. The next slide, please. Here we are. Here's the 4 issues that I want to address. The first is these are at 4 different levels. International, where I want to talk about the implications for sovereign borders, national, community, and individual rights. So I'm talking at 4 different levels. Let me turn now to the one on national sovereignty. It's widely accepted that sovereign states recognise each other's independence in their domestic sphere as being the ultimate source of law in governing and protecting its citizens within a specific landmass. Without effective recognition of sovereignty and enlightened leadership, the sovereignty of less powerful states can often be threatened. However, powerful states can also feel threatened. Next slide, please. That's it. After China disclosed to the world the eruption of COVID-19 pandemic, the Australian Foreign Minister suggested that an international investigation should be made to determine the origins of the pandemic. Now, China took umbrage at this suggestion. The Chinese ambassador in Australia expressed outrage that such a suggestion should be made. Furthermore, China has retaliated against Australia by placing caveats and customs or preventions on barley, wheat, cotton and other exports. Now, China accounts for approximately 1/3 of all Australian exports, so it's a very serious problem. So from our perspective as ethicists, we could ask a number of questions. For example, from a World Health point of view, when is it appropriate for the international community to seek information, disclosures, or intervene in any way across sovereign borders? From an Australian point of view, was the suggestion made by the Minister for Foreign Affairs a means of disclosing the true origins of the virus? And from the Chinese point of view, was it a response to pressure from the US intended to embarrass the Chinese government? Or was asking such a question seen by China as asking a question insensitive to Chinese cultural mores and values, and even perhaps a challenge by a smaller nation demeaning the growing importance of China as a global power? Or was the negative response driven by politics, perhaps reflecting internal local interest groups for the Chinese government? Now, these are all interesting questions, but they're political questions. They divide the protagonists. And one has to ask, are they able to solve the problem? The problem is, there's two problems, of course. One is the seeking information about the origins of the virus, and the second one is the conflict between Australia and China. Now, perhaps it might be more productive, instead of asking these political type questions, to ask the ethical question. How can we cooperate to protect the global community and develop preventative measures that will assist all countries to be better prepared for future pandemics? Disagreements of this may be better resolved by appealing to ethical principles. How can we protect people? How can we do the right thing? And can these be facilitated, the resolution be facilitated by cooperation and appreciation of moral norms and cultural values? The second one is the access to medical resources. The first one here is access to medical equipment. Now, in the States, I'll just have to. There was a big kerfuffle because when the COVID-19 hit, the medical resources were held by the federal government, and there were major distribution problems because the states didn't have access to the protective equipment, and they were bidding against each other in a major auction, raising the price of the access to the equipment. Another issue here is the doctors' access to the medical profession. And we know that in a lot of the developing countries, there are problems about not having enough doctors to service the needs. And the ethical question here is the lack of health personnel is often due to the fact that they're trained in developed countries and then don't go back to their own countries or are recruited by the developed countries. And so that also is a major issue. And then the third problem about resources is the access to the vaccine. When the vaccine does become available, who and when are the different groups and people to get access to the vaccine? So will the decisions will be made on the basis of consequences of making the vaccine available for the most commercial markets, or will it be a moral duty to humanity that will be uppermost in making the decisions? I have to say the vaccine will be free to all in Australia, but if you were thinking about some of the refugee camps who are most in need of the vaccine, one wonders what the decisions will be. The third issue that I want to address is the health and well-being of the community and the debate about the debate of the trade-off between the severity and timing of the restrictions based on public health models and the suppression or inhibition of progression of the disease, and the economic costs of closing down the economy. Now, the Australian government, when COVID hit, took the initiative of establishing a national cabinet. The national cabinet comprised of representatives of the major political parties, the Prime Minister and premiers of all the states. And this was to lead the response and coordinate actions across the various communities, across the various states. The businesses, as well as the political groups, there was also a business advisory council, which had the task of driving the economic response to the virus. So the consequences for the health of the nation with the impact on mental health, and I think you're going to hear more about that, and 898 deaths and 27,000 cases of the virus in October this year. But the research also showed that the implications for business were wide-ranging. All businesses except health services and food shops were closed down, and that is still the case in Victoria. And by the end of June, the June quarter, 2.7 million people were affected by job losses, and GDP fell by 7%. Closed borders, national and interstate, stopped all travel. I think there are still 5,000 Australians stranded overseas who can't get back into the country. The accommodation and food services and retail have fallen by 20%. And this was especially devastating for small businesses, particularly in the retail and tourism industries. The government stimulus and the recovery targeted in the 2020 budget took the national debt up to $507 billion, representing 25.6% of GDP. So the ethical question is, how can trade-offs between health and opening the economy be managed in the best interests of all? Now, consequentialists will focus on the consequences. Moralists may draw on their value positions. Research based on economic assumptions of economic rationalism, making rational decision-making, full knowledge, is totally inadequate in these types of situations. So ethical decision-making demands that one gives the same weight to the interests of others as to one gives to one's own interests. And if so, the successive efforts to quell the virus will likely be less about self-interest and political and economic consequences and depend more on the moral values such as fairness, honesty, altruism, and goodwill. In Victoria, the state was locked down and is still locked down, but the penalty for disobeying the laws is $5,000 per person. In response, some people staged demonstrations claiming that the restrictions were an infringement of their rights. So the next slide would be about the rights versus the good of the community. They exercised their rights by disregarding the lockdown, not staying at home, going to the beach, gathering in groups, and many did not socially distance or wear masks. From an ethical point of view, pursuing their own interest is ego theory. They did not care about the consequences of what they were doing. They were rejecting utilitarian ethics and felt no duty to comply with the rules that would safeguard the health of the rest of the community. So rejecting deontological theory. Clearly, they were very unethical. So within any society, people have several rights, including health rights, a right to be protected from industry and freedom of expression, but they are not exclusive rights. In practice, ethical reasoning would demand that individual rights are balanced by the rights of others. So in conclusion, The article addressed what we mean by ethics and morals, and I presented 4 cases where ethical decisions can make a difference to the potential impact of COVID-19. They relate to complex issues, the wicked questions that often have extended consequences for multiple stakeholders, and where the outcomes can often be mixed and therefore have different consequences. In these complex and ambiguous situations, whether decisions are right or wrong is not always clear. But the 4 issues demonstrated and addressed how ethical decision-making is important for all levels of society, the international, national, community, and individual levels. Despite the different levels or contexts, the paper argued that ethical principles are common to all nationalities and individuals, as also are moral values such as honesty, openness, goodwill, and prevention of suffering. However, what is considered moral can not only differ across different countries, but across different individuals. The ethical decision maker will be realistic about the context and the relative importance of different values. However, this paper argues that becoming aware of the commonality of ethical principles and managing the inherent conflict of diverse moral standards will enable our leaders to pursue the long-term interests of all persons and communities for whom they act, and hopefully to have the courage to place those interests above their own. In this context, ethics and morals can make a difference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Nona. Now we are going to move forward to our question and answer. Oh, but before that, let's hear from our second speaker. So the second speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Norashida Muhammad Nur. She is a Deputy Dean of Academic and Student Affairs at the School of Business and Economics, University Putra, Malaysia. Professor Dr. Norashida Muhammad Nur, Associate Professor, are you with us now?
Yeah.
Dr. Nur?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Hello, how are you today?
I'm fine.
Doctor? Okay, thank you. Dr. Noor received the first degree from Trent University, Ontario, Canada, Master and PhD in Economic from University Putra, Malaysia. From 2014 until 2016, she was pursuing a postdoctoral program at the School of Public Health, the University of Queensland. During her 2 years tenure, she developed epidemiological models of smoking prevalence, building on her expertise in economic modeling. The model has already applied to data from Norway and Australia. Her expertise is in health economics with various research interests such as tobacco control policy, healthcare financing, health development, and health modeling. Ya, jadi expertise keahlian beliau ini adalah di bidang ekonomi kesehatan, teman-teman. Jadi nanti jika berminat untuk bekerja sama, terutama berhubungan dengan kebijakan kontrol tembakau, pembiayaan untuk kesehatan, lalu pengembangan dan modeling untuk kesehatan juga. Associate Professor Dr. Norashida is a leading Malaysian researcher in the field of tobacco control policy. She has been appointed as a tobacco tax expert for the Kuala Lumpur Free from Cigarette Smoke project from 2017 to 2019. Besides, she received an appointment as a vice chairman for Malaysia Framework Convention on Tobacco Control Policy in 2018. Dr. Norashida is also actively involved with non-governmental organizations to combat tobacco issues. Her research on cigarette excise tax policy has received extensive media coverage and has been invited as the speaker in a few local and international conferences. As a principal researcher, she has completed a study funded by the Ministry of Health entitled The Relationship Between Tobacco Taxation, Demand for Cigarettes and Smoking Prevalence in Malaysia, with a total grant of RM 280,000 in 2016. Associate Professor Dr. Rashida expanded her career in taxation expert when she has been appointed as a consultant for the Asian workshop Sweetened Sugar Beverages Taxation from 11 to 16 June 2018. She conducted a study on sugary excise tax funded by UNICEF, and her finding on the sugary excise tax rate has been implemented by the Malaysia government starting on 1st July 2019. Internationally, she was invited by the Cancer Research UK to represent Malaysia in a discussion on the impact of taxation on the Malaysian illicit cigarette market at the workshop of the illicit trade in tobacco in low and middle income countries. Jadi, Dr. Nur Rashida banyak sekali ya pengalamannya yang berhubungan dengan tembakau ya, khususnya berkaitan dengan kontrolnya. Lalu, as an academician and researcher, her goal is to establish professional networks in her area of expertise and position herself as a leading academician and researcher both globally and within Malaysia. Yeah, we now will hear from Dr. Rana Rashida, and teman-teman semuanya jika ingin bertanya silakan bertanya di chat box yang ada supaya bisa kita sampaikan kepada para pembicara setelah sesi dari Dr. Nur Rashida. To the technician, are you ready to show the slide?
Nadia, sorry.
Yes.
I will share my. Can I share my slides from here?
Oh, okay. Please make her the host.
Yeah, I will. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Okay, and thank you also to the organizer of the webinar for inviting me as a speaker for the conference. You might be asking, how am I related to the topic, right? Because I'm in health economics, and as you see that most of my research on tobacco control policy, but beside that, I'm also actually have research and also my PhD student study on the health and development, health economics, health development. So even though the topic can be about strategic management, I think you must know that economy, business management are interrelated. Okay, it's important for us to know the economic recovery from the COVID-19 and how actually you can implement that in your future strategy or implementation. Okay, so I would like to share my slides here. And if you have any question, it's just my small, how should I say, just to share the experience, okay? It's not specifically for Malaysia, but we like to look at the impact, the relationship between health and economic, okay? So I will share the slides. I cannot share the slide, Nadia. Sorry, Nadia.
Please wait a second.
Okay.
There's a little glitch I see.
Okay.
Okay.
So also, I think while waiting for me to share the slide.
You may try to share the slide now.
Okay.
Ini yang share slide siapa ya ini?
Siapa yang share slide ini? Abu-abu tahu
Oh, Abu Talkam.
Is it? Can I share the slide? Is it okay?
Yes. Yes. You may.
Yes.
Can you try it?
Okay. Okay. Let me look at it. Okay, sorry about it. Okay. Can you see my slides?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay. Let me share.
While we're waiting, buat teman-teman semuanya, silakan kalau yang mau bertanya bisa dikirim ke chat box ya.
Okay, now can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see it. Please continue.
Okay then. Okay, sorry. Okay, so I think thank you so much for very information from the first speaker. Okay, we learned a lot about ethics, moral, and then she also mentioned about health versus economy. So now we know either COVID-19 is an economy or health matters. Is there a trade-off between health and economy? So you may want to give the example after listening to my brief explanation or discussion on health, either is health or economy matters. Okay. Okay. So the COVID-19 was actually identified on 7 January 2020. Temporarily, it was known as 2019 novel coronavirus and later known as COVID-19. Due to the rapid increase in the cases outside China, because it started in Wuhan, China, on 11 March 2020, WHO announced it as a pandemic. Okay, so the WHO declared COVID-19 as a pandemic on 11 March 2020. So you can see that there's an accelerating rate of worldwide COVID-19 in March. And when I prepared this slide, it was on the 7th of October 2020. There are more than 35 million people infected globally and over 1 million fatalities across 213 countries and territories. But I managed to search for it for the latest as of 23rd of October, which is yesterday. It's more than 41 million confirmed cases of COVID-19 and still more than 1 million deaths. Okay, so you can see that there is about, in 2 weeks time, the cases, the confirmed cases increase about 17%. It's a lot. And the leading region is America, followed by Southeast Asia. So just to have a look, you might know about this, just a little bit of symptoms of COVID-19. So people of COVID-19 can experience mild, severe respiratory illness and other lists of symptoms. And normally it will appear to 2 to 14 days after you are exposed to the viruses that causes COVID-19. So you can see that either cough, shortness of breath, difficulty of breath, fever, chills, muscle or body ache, vomiting, diarrhea, new loss of taste or smell. However, the order of symptom might be you start with fever. That's different, either it's COVID-19 or influenza. Influenza normally we start with cough, but COVID-19 you start with fever, then followed with cough and muscle pain, nausea or vomiting and diarrhea. However, the symptom might be unpredictable. Okay, so just need to be cautious with that. Okay. First and foremost, the COVID-19 is actually known as or recognized as a health crisis. Okay, then governments start to take some measures, for example, to contain the virus, such as self-isolation by workers and consumers, closures of factories and schools, and the need of social distancing and etc. However, the pandemic had rapidly then later on becoming an economic crisis. Okay, then it becoming an economic crisis. So it's important here because when it comes to the economic crisis, what happened is that
Link itu deh kalau ada yang mau nanya lagi ke
when there
Google Form lebih gampang ngeliatnya.
Okay, when there is an economic decline, you will have an adverse effect on health. Okay, it started with health issues and then it become an economic issues. It will have the economic decline will have an adverse effect on health because why? It reduces the circulation of money. People spend less investment. Okay, that will also lead to less tax revenue to the government, in which it will reduce the finance available to control the pandemic. So you can see that they are interrelated. So first of all, maybe you want to look at what is actually the economic or the impact of COVID-19 on economy. Okay, impact of COVID-19 on economy. So I'm just give you some diagrams here to show the fluctuation. For example, here, the world growth in GDP per capita recession. See that it's a fluctuation here. And it's a drop of GDP per capita growth in 2020. And then we expect there'll be a recovery in 2021, but we don't know how fast will it be. Okay. And this is also the example, the percentage share of countries with negative per capita growth. And this is basically, I just have few countries in Asia region that suffer GDP losses. So for example, China, if you compare the red color is in 2019, but there's a drop to the blue color, okay? For Malaysia, it's a negative growth, and Indonesia also, and also some other countries. So you can see that how actually COVID-19 have an impact on the economic growth. Okay, so I just give a few list of impact of COVID-19, but it can be more than this. Okay, for example, according to WHO, there is a loss of at least 15% of yearly GDP, or about US $1 trillion worldwide. Okay, and the Asia Pacific region as a whole is expecting to grow only 0.9% in 2020. China's economic growth reduced by 0.91%. You can see that, a reduction in China growth. Indonesia, negative 0.26%, and followed with other countries. That is one thing in terms of the growth, the impact of COVID-19 on the growth. And also the COVID-19 has significant economic impact. You can see that already occurred across the global due to the productivity loss. Okay, the COVID-19 has actually has a direct impact on income, especially on income for those who lost the job. Okay, and also because of premature death due to loss of life. And then it leads to reduced productivity. So what will happen here, you can see that also beside the reduce of productivity, which has an impact on the output produced in the economy, and business closure, trade disruption, and decline in the tourism industries. So the lockdown and travel bans have caused a reduction in global demand and supply, and reduced regional and global transport connectivity that causing a global economic recession. Okay, so you can see that the COVID-19 has actually caused a reduction in consumer demand due to the lockdown measures. Okay, then it has an impact to the multiple sectors in the country. Reported by Asian Pacific as of June 2020, is about 292 million jobs in manufacturing supply chain at risk due to decreased demand due to the decrease in demand. Okay, and then more than half of all jobs in manufacturing supply chains are currently at the medium of high risk due to the decrease in consumption or decrease in demand. So you can see that it is related to other sectors, the impact. So, and also one of the concern here is on the informal sector or SME. There's an increase of layoff on unemployment, especially informal sector and also in SMEs. Okay, so the impact of SMEs can be classified into two: the operational problem because of supply chain disruption and operational disruption, and also financial problems, risk of bankruptcy, cash flow, and etc. Okay, so another impact is on the vulnerable groups of society. This is because of the economic impacts coupled with the lack of societal protection. For example, universal health coverage, access to basic services, basic health services. Then it causes more disadvantages to some vulnerable groups of societies. And it's estimated about 11 million people could fall in poverty across East Asia and Pacific in 2030. Okay, I forgot to put it here. Also, the impact of COVID-19, you can see that it affects the transportation sector, the tourism sector, the aircraft sectors, and basically it reduced the global oil demand, which contribute to the collapse of oil prices. So I'm so sorry, but diagram it might not be very clear. So this is actually how it's related, okay? Measures to contain COVID-19. It can be closure of the firms, social distancing and closure or reduce the demands, consumption, then you can see the disruption, the relationship due to that to firms and also to people. Okay. So, okay, maybe I just share a few example, okay, for the economic impact of COVID-19 in Malaysia. So the effect to Malaysia is quite strong. Okay, it's badly affected. One, because China is our number one trading partner and is a large source of foreign investment, plus the top tourist source outside of Asia. Okay, so the closure of business and services along with the travel movement controls have impact on private consumption and business investment in Malaysia. Critically, the liquidity squeeze has affect the SME and also the vulnerable groups such as lower income individuals. I'm just sharing you the scenario in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, first of all, COVID-19 is a public health crisis and then it became an economic crisis. So government has responded to the economic impact of the pandemic in two rounds. I mean, they have some fiscal stimulus such as Prihatin Rakyat economies and so on. Okay, so how long will it impact the economy? Okay, how long will it be? Maybe hopefully the global growth, we can see the global growth in the 4 quarters of 2021, also for Malaysia. But how sure we are, it also depends on the availability of vaccine. Okay, and certain sectors might have different experience of recovery. So now we want to know how to protect the economy. Okay, beside the common measures by the government and the central banks, as lowering interest rate or implementing fiscal stimuli, they have a limited effect. So the 3 proposed sets of measures, first of all, save lives. Okay, so we must government must spend to contain the spread of virus to reduce the deaths associated as quickly as possible. Because it's shown that a study of the 1918 influenza pandemic, it happened before, but less severe compared to COVID-19, they found out that if the states impose restriction on social interaction, okay, control for the sake of lives, they can recover faster. Why? Because when people are healthy, they contribute more to the economy. And then protect financial risk now. Government need to spend money now for those at risk of losing their job. Okay, because then they can prepare themselves for future to contribute more and also prepare for recoveries. For example, moratorium, interest-free loan, and etc. Okay, so it's important here, if the world fails, okay, if the world fails to protect the economy, what will happen? COVID-19 will damage health not just now, okay, now, but also in the future. So it's important for us to protect the economy. However, as I mentioned earlier, COVID-19 started as health issues, then the economic issues. The COVID-19 actually opened our eyes to the importance of basic hygiene, which is important for health. You have to wash your hands, you have to wear masks, and so on. So the health matters due to the COVID-19 is not only to individual, but also to the global economy. Okay, so improve the health of world's population will not only build resilience against future pandemic, but improve quality of life of people and reduce the global disease burden. So because we know that better health lead to global growth by enlarging the labor force and increasing productivity. So, how to build, okay, so this is important here, how to build a healthier future. Okay, number one, health must be considered as economic growth agenda. Okay, it's very important. Health must be considered as economic growth agenda. Many studies, either theoretically or empirically, has proved that there is a strong positive correlation between health and GDP or gross domestic product or economic growth. Because why? Better health will increase supply of labor force, which will increase productivity, and later on will contribute to economic growth. So it's important for the government to make sure that health is an important agenda in the economic growth. Second one, it's important to invest in health. Okay, importance of investing in health workers, health infrastructure, and health system to prevent, detect, and respond to disease outbreaks. Strong health systems are the best prevention, not only against the outbreaks, but other health threats that people facing every day. Okay, so current trend shows that about 5 billion people will lack of essential health services by 2030. So very important for the government to invest in health, especially in healthcare delivery. Okay, investing in health now will save lives later. Second, the third one, promote social and economic equity. In many countries, the pandemic has disproportionately hurt example, low-income households. Okay? Poor people tend to have worse health, which can limit their economic potential, and this creates a vicious cycle, term in economics. Ill health may also lead them to poverty trap. Okay, so here it's very important to promote social and economic equity, and the strategies to improve this is through improvement in the delivery of healthcare services, especially to those who need the services. Okay, it should be focused to the needs of disadvantaged groups, as I mentioned earlier. And finally, about healthcare innovation. COVID-19 is actually opened our eyes about healthcare innovation. Okay, so healthcare innovation needed to prevent or to treat diseases. Innovation can be accelerated through collaborative approaches among multiple disciplines and the sharing of knowledge with the goal to save life. It's not only within the state, within the country, but globally. Okay. And also, the innovation no need to be costly. It can be very simple. Okay. They have it here. I think, the innovative of healthcare. You don't need to be complicated or expensive. Just an example. Okay. There's anyone actually can innovate from anywhere at any age. There's an example. A 13-year-old boy created 3D printed ear guards to help relieve hospital workers' pain caused by face masks. See, that is an innovation. So the healthcare innovation can be for the states by the government, or it can be a simple innovation which can be benefit especially for the frontliners facing the pandemic of COVID-19. So there are 5 key steps, okay, for recovery plan. So that this one, how actually the 5 key steps for the recovery plan. Okay, number 1, as you can see that, public confidence. Sorry. the public confidence. Okay, so government should have good enough program to be shared with the public to show that they are working hard to suppress the virus or to contain the virus. Then public will have more confidence. There will be no new outbreak or more manageable outbreak. Okay, manageable outbreak. So you have to instill the public confidence for the 5 key steps for recovery. So to achieve this, government needs to demonstrate their capabilities such as on the guaranteed facilities, contact tracings, and so on to detect the COVID-19 patient, for example. And then beside giving public confidence about the current scenario, then there should be a clear priorities by the government in terms of which parts of the economy are to open and why. Okay, so people will have an idea why that this economy sector should be open earlier than the others. Okay, this one has to look at in terms of the supplier, okay, the supply chain, for example. So it's very important to explain or to to get the attention, the feedback from health experts in the process of reopening the economic sector because it might affect the rate of infection. And then the third one, financial and economic support is very important. Government need to state how the current financial and economic support measure the economic activities. What types of supports that can be given? Okay, for example, in Malaysia, they extend the payback for the loan to end of December, and they may also ask it for until June 2021. Okay, so those kind of supports or subsidies, financial supports, economic supports are important to inform the people in order for the recovery plan. And then control on movement of people is still important here. Government should explain how they plan to manage to control the movement of people across the borders or within the countries. Okay, because as you see that initially it disrupt the economic activities, but currently in Malaysia, I think you know that there's a second outbreak of COVID-19, but we have a specific measure in terms of movement control, but we do not shut down the economic activities. Okay, so it's very important for recovery plan to be informed to the people. And then it be effective communication, be more transparent to the public, the measures that have been taken, the whatever decision, either the financial economic support. So it's very important to be shared with the society. Okay, so it's very important here, as you can see that COVID-19 is not only health matters, but it's also economic matters. There's a relationship. Okay, maybe in economic we use the term, what is the term? By causal direction, by causal direction, something like that. So sorry. Okay, there is a two ways direction. I mean, simple term. Health will affect economy. Economy will affect health. So you have to take care of both of them. There is no trade-off between them. Okay, so my last word: stay safe, stay healthy, and stay home. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, Nadia.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We have a lot of questions from our dear audiences, and we will start from our first question, yeah. And this will be given by Oni Nuri Hayanti, SPT from the Agribusiness Magister Program. Mbak Oni?
Yes.
Ya, sudah siap. Ya, silakan. Please give your question. Silakan disebutkan untuk siapanya juga ya. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for this time, Ms. Nadia. Good morning for all speaker and participant this webinar. I have any question to Prof. Armstrong.
Yep.
Yes, Prof. Armstrong.
Yes.
Okay. Introduce. My name is Oni. And nice to meet you in this webinar. And I hope you are always in healthy.
Thank you.
Okay. I have two questions for you, Professor.
Yes.
For the first, how to make people always obey the rule in this Australian for dealing with COVID-19, and what the people of the Australian has done to survive with many cases of jobless. Yes, it is my first questions. And the second, what about the education system in Australia? Can the online learning model produce the expected result?
Thank you for the question.
Maybe. Okay. Thank you for this time, Professor Armstrong.
Well, the first one about the response to the COVID-19, the government has, as I said, introduced the three different areas that are running the policies on that. The first one is the government's political party, or the meeting of which was a national cabinet. So the national cabinet was driving the response to the COVID-19, and there was also the business response, and then there was a community response. Of course, the government itself had introduced a raft of measures to assist it with the economic response. The health department became the major source of the policy directions to the government, and the health department was on the all the news broadcast with the PM to endorse the policies that were being taken. I can tell you best about what happened in Victoria because I have not been into the university since February. It's compulsory to stay home, and I'm now allowed one visitor. And believe me, after being 6 months on your own, it gets very tedious. But the the government has put so much money into the three major programs were JobKeeper, JobMaker, and the other job one. One of them is the unemployment payments. They were increased, and I don't have the figures in front of me, but there's millions on the unemployment queues and getting money for that. The JobKeeper was a clever strategy. They invested money in directly to the small businesses. It had to be below, I think, a turnover of 30 million, something like that. And this meant that the money, if you had a worker, a permanent worker, who had been employed for 12 months, then they could apply, the business could apply for $1,500 a month to support that person going forward. So there were a whole raft of strategies like that. There are a lot of, there's tax relief and there's other payments to individuals. There was a payment, a weekly, fortnightly payment to the aged people. It's been a raft of economic measures right across all the target groups in the community. I think one of the big criticisms, if it is of this, is the worry about people that it's such a large proportion of the GDP that it's now people are worrying about future payments and being able to meet the payments for that in the future. But I think what has been successful is that I think the numbers are down to about five overnight, 5 new cases overnight in Victoria. So the strategies are working. Does that answer that question? The other thing about the education system, everyone's online. All the universities, all the private providers, TAPEs, they're all online. And they moved very quickly to be online. The big problem for the university sectors is that the students, many of the students got caught here and couldn't go home to their own countries because of the closed borders both ways. And many of them found themselves in difficulty. My university actually had a call on people to submit funds to support the students while they're here. But many of them also had to be use the services of the charities, which were supplying meals and assistance right through the has it worked? Yes, it's worked remarkably well. It's very tiring for the staff being on Zoom all day, but it has worked, and I cannot see us going back to full-time face-to-face teaching for quite some time. But it's been quite successful, I think. But as I said, it puts a big drain on the staff on that, and all courses had to be redesigned and so on and so forth. But it's been quite successful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the answer, Professor Nona. Next, we continue to our second person who has given the question. It is from Kuku. Kuku. Mas Kuku ada, Mas Kuku?
Iya, benar dia. Kuku
Ya.
Fridantoro.
Ya, betul. Silakan untuk langsung disampaikan pertanyaannya. Dan kepada siapa? Plus jurusannya.
Bahasa Indonesia, bahasa Inggris, karena saya belum lancar juga kan.
Boleh bahasa Indonesia, boleh.
Gimana regulasi perbankan di Australia sana untuk mendukung pertumbuhan ekonominya?
Alright, so the question is about to Professor Armstrong. Kuku wants to know about the regulations that you have, for banking. So the banking regulations in Australia today because of the COVID-19 pandemic.
Well, one of the measures was that the banks had to put a hold on requesting people to meet their mortgages. So that's been just being addressed again at the moment. But that was one of the major moves. The banks were, a lot of their activities were curtailed, but it's mainly in that lending area. Apart from, I'm sorry, I should know all this, but just trying to think what else they did. Look, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be very helpful there for you, but the main one that I'm familiar with is that the lending, and the other thing in the banking area where people had superannuation, they were allowed to withdraw it before the period and so on.
For all speaker and
Thank you for your answer, Professor Armstrong.
Thank you for the answer.
Kuku mudah-mudahan bisa menjawab pertanyaannya tentang regulasi perbankan. The next person who wants to give a question is Novi Maya Sinta from the law Magister program. Novi Maya, Mbak Novi ada? Ya, Mbak Novi. Oke, jika tidak ada, saya akan coba untuk membacakan pertanyaannya. I will try to read her question, and this is for Associate Professor Norashida. She wants to know what the Malaysian government has done to ensure the survival of the Malaysian people with many cases of job loss. And the second question is, does Malaysia import essential food and health needs to meet domestic needs? Ya, bisa mungkin dijawab, dokter?
Sorry. First question just now is about how to, what is it, to government?
The first question is what the Malaysian government has done to ensure the survival of the Malaysian people with many cases of job loss. Jadi kebijakan dari pemerintah Malaysia berkaitan dengan kehilangan pekerjaan ya, mungkin banyak pemecatan. And the second question is, does Malaysia import essential food and health needs to meet domestic needs? Ya, apakah Malaysia melakukan impor kebutuhan yang berhubungan dengan makanan dan kesehatan untuk memenuhi kebutuhan dalam negeri?
Okay, first of all, in terms of number one, question number one, Malaysia is actually Malaysia government has what should I say? They have imposed the what we call it fiscal stimulus. Okay, government respond to the economic impact. They have two rounds response actually. Number one, we call it Prihatin Rakyat Economic Stimulus Package. Okay, and then the second one is Penjana Short-Term Economic Recovery. So those packages are actually to protect for those who lost their jobs and businesses. Okay, for example, they give the subsidies, they give the moratorium. In fact, they can extend the payback to the bank, and then they subsidize the company by giving some basic amount of salaries that they can pay to the staff because they cannot produce the output, they cannot start the business. Okay, and also beside that, it's very important here actually when government also have the what we call it recovery package, okay, especially for SME. So government is trying hard by providing economic support to the businesses, the small businesses, especially for those who lost their job. And in terms of essential food, okay, due to the closed border, okay, as for now, in terms of the essential food, the health, I think the needs of the health, something about health equipment, the need for the health needs, we still, I think, capable of providing it domestically. Okay, we did import from other countries, but as for now, we are still manageable. Okay, we are still actually be able to contribute or to produce the essential food locally. At the same time, yes, as I said, we still import it from other countries. But in terms of the percentage of import, I'm not so sure because I don't have the figures with me currently. Okay.
Thank you for your answer, Dr. Noor. The third questioner, the fourth, questioner is Lutfi Fauzan Putra Aji from the Management Magister Program. Mas Lutfi, hadir? Siap untuk bertanya?
Ready.
Oke, silakan ditanyakan dan kepada siapa?
Okay, I will try in English, but it's poor. Okay. Question for Prof. Norashida. I'm work in construction sector. It's interest for me, economic and health. I will question to Prof. Narsida. In the construction sector continues to run for economic growth. How to healthy safety and environment QHSE in the construction management during pandemic COVID-19.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I think each country you must have a guideline, right? Proposed by the Department of Occupational Safety and Health. Okay, for example, in Malaysia we call it OSHA or DOS, Department of Department of Occupational Safety and Health. So I think the important thing that you have to follow the guideline. Okay, and the guideline will have such as the roles and responsibilities of the employer. This one it can be for other sectors, but again, since you asked about the construction sectors, so there are roles and responsibilities of employers. For example, now in Malaysia, okay, there are about, if I'm not mistaken, there are 12 roles and responsibility of employers laid out in the guideline. Okay, and then they also have the roles and responsibility of the coordinator or the supervisor, okay, the safety officer. So basically, these are all the roles here is about how to ensure or how to comply, to make sure that the employees are comply to the safety work procedure related to the COVID-19. And also there are roles and responsibilities for the, as I said, for the supervisor just now, and finally roles and responsibilities for employee. So I think if for the construction sector, yes, we know that is one of the main contribution to the economic growth. So all the safety, then they have to follow all the safeties here. And especially in Malaysia, then there'll be the government will actually monitor them. Okay, if they don't follow the guideline, then they have to be fined and a huge penalty will be imposed to them. So again, as I said, it will be depends on the guidelines from each country on the for the occupational safety and health. I think I'm so sorry that might be my answer, because if I want to explain the roles and responsibility, there's be a lot to explain how actually they implement the roles and their responsibility during the COVID-19.
Okay, thank you very much. Sudah puas nih dengan jawabannya, Mas Lutfi?
Sudah.
Okay.
Terima kasih, Mr. Lutfi, Pak Lutfi.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. We are now moving on to the fifth question, which is from Findi Nur Maharani. She is from the Management Magister program, and she has requested that I will tell about her questions. The first one is for Professor Armstrong, and she said, "I think ethic and morals is the most important to make good decisions in the pandemic. But the question is, how can we control the ethic morals, specifically individual moral, to realize that we cannot do it individually by ourselves? The health issues and growth, the economy in the pandemic." So basically she is questioning about how we control the ethic morals individually. And the second one is for Associate Professor Norashida Muhammad Nur, Dr. Nur. In the slide, there is a sentence that says, "Better health lead to global growth by enlarging the labor force and increasing productivity." But how can we grow productivity which prioritize personal gain in the pandemic? I mean, to take a change to enrich their selves. Professor Armstrong?
Well, the first question is really, thank you for the question, but the first question is really about how do you control individuals and communities and get them to comply. I think that's what you meant. And the best way is to convince them that they are doing the right thing, and from an ethical point of view, it can be in their own interest and in the interest of their community. And there's a lot of, when the debate is up about people who go down to the beach and instead of staying at home, there's a lot of peer pressure, you'd call it, at community level that is very. Well, one family recently has a child that went to school and took and there'd been no cases at all in that area, and now the school, there's 500 people attached to the school who are now isolated at home. And the news item yesterday was that families moving out of that neighbourhood because of the social pressures. I think that myself is rather sad, but there's also a lot of media correspondence, some of it very unpleasant and not really to be avoided. So how do you control them? You've really got to convince people at an individual level that they are doing the right thing, both for themselves and their communities, I believe. And so shaming people is one thing, and a $5,000 fine for driving down the street in your car is pretty convincing as well. Does that answer the question, I think?
I think it is. Thank you very much, Professor. We move on to Dr. Noor.
The question just now is about health and what is it about improving health will improve the economic growth, right? Something like that.
Yeah, she said in the slide there is the sentence, better health lead to global growth by enlarging the labor force and increasing productivity. But how can we grow the productivity if part of the people is prioritizing personal gain in pandemic? So many people are prioritizing themselves.
Is it during the pandemic?
During the pandemic.
During the pandemic? Okay. Okay, now, in general, better health will lead to economic growth. I mean, in general, you can see that better health meaning that you are not ill, you are not sick, okay? You have better health, you can go to work, you can earn income, and from there you can spend the money. When you spend the money, increase the consumption, increase demand, will increase supply, then that will lead to the economic growth. Okay, that's how it's a very simple relationship between better health and economic growth. Okay, and also the better health here we are looking at in terms of children. If they have better health, they can go to school, they can get the education, then in future they can get a good job, they can earn more income, and then can contribute to the economy. Okay, during the pandemic, how actually we're going to have that increase in productivity during the pandemic? Increase in productivity is not necessarily but from the how should I say increase the productivity here can also together with the increase in digital economy, with the use of digital economy. Okay, so might be now we have less people working, or you said just now they are more thinking about themselves, but because of the availability of digital economics, it can make things move faster. It can you can supply, you can have all the information fast at your fingertips. Okay, so basically with the support of the new technology, digital economy, that will also improve productivity. It's not only in terms the number of people, okay, but you may have less people, but with improvement in digital technology, which is now is currently is among the booming sector during the COVID-19 digital sector, digital economic sector. So that one will also increase the productivity. And again, increase the productivity, as we know that it will increase the, it will lead to the it will lead or to contribute to the economic growth. So we have to look at here, when we say about productivity, it's just that the people itself, but also together with other technology that can improve the productivity. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Dr. Noor. Mudah-mudahan Mbak Vindi puas dengan jawabannya. We have one spot left for the last questioner in this session, which is from Apsari. She is from the Agribusiness Magister program. And this question is for Dr. Noor. She wants to know about the Malaysian government's policy to make sure small and medium enterprises survive during this pandemic.
Okay, I think same thing in Malaysia, that there are some support from the government has been given to the SME. Okay, I'm so sorry, I can't remember all the different types of support, but for sure that they are among the priority for the government. They are the priority for the government to support in order for them to recover or at least to survive during the COVID-19. So as I said, one of the example that they are giving loan at a lower interest rate, or they extend the time to pay back the loan. Okay, so there are, you can I will put my contact number here, my email, for those who are interested to know about that. Okay, then please email me, then I will respond to your answer. Okay, so again, as I said, SME is actually very important, okay, in the Malaysian economy as a supplier for most of the manufacturing sectors, especially for the most of the manufacturers. So government are to ensure that the survivability of the SME, there are many economic support has been given by the government. Just that I'm so sorry, I can't remember all of them, but one thing for sure is about giving loan at a lower interest rate and also extend the payback of loan. Okay, so I'm giving you my email here, so please contact me if you have any of you have further questions about the issues. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Noor. Let's give a warm applause for two of our speakers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Semoga cuan.
We will now continue with ice breaking, and this one will be given by our Master of Ceremony personals, which is Ali Effendi and Rudi Sutanto. The floor
Thank you
is
very
yours.
much.
Thank you very much, Mbak Nadia.
Oke, Mas Ali, kita mau main game apa nih? Biar relax dulu kan, abis banyak banget materi yang sangat inspiratif ya tentunya.
Ya. Tadi kita lihat Profesor Aaron Armstrong membahas tentang what are ethics and morals in Australia, and then Associate Professor Dr. Rashidah Mohammed was talking about the problems during COVID-19, and then 5 steps recovery plans. Ada public confidence, clear priorities, and then economic and healthy support, control on people movement, and effective communication. Oke, sekarang kita mau ice breaking. Dengan we would like to do ice breaking with guessing picture game. Jadi ice breakingnya itu tebak gambar. Sederhana banget tebak gambar ya. Oke. sudah di display ya. Guessing the picture. Jadi nanti Bapak Ibu, rekan-rekan semua akan melihat cuplikan gambar di screen atau di slide. Nanti bisa dijawab gambar apa itu di chat box. Ya. Are you ready? Okay, first picture. Gambar pertama. What is this? Gambar apa ini? Gambar apa ini? Kira-kira apa ini? Kak Rudi, ini gambar apa? Ada yang jawab bear, koala, beruang.
Dalam bahasa Inggris coba. Let us disguise the image with the
beruang hitam katanya.
Beruang
Black
hitam.
bear gitu ya. Oke, kita buka. What picture is this? Next. Oh, ternyata this is a man with a bear head. Tidak ada yang benar kayaknya ya jawabannya ya. Aduh, gimana sih ini? Hah?
Oke.
Ya oke. Oh, Pak Heri Sutanto bilang, oh ya. No problem. We have next picture. What is this? Gambar apa ini? You can answer with English, for example, if you want to practice your English. Paul, gurita. Bu Apsari bilang gurita. Aduh burung kakak tua, gurita. Oke. Apalagi jawabannya Kak Rudi? Octopus. Oke, octopus. Is it an actual octopus? Cumi besar, ada bintang laut katanya Agurita. Oke, let's see the answer. Next slide.
It's an umbrella
It's an
octopus.
umbrella. It's not an octopus. Oh, Squidward katanya. Pak Andika bilang Squidward. Oh, penggemar SpongeBob ya. Next slide.
Wah, apa ini ya?
What is this? What picture is this? Penguin. Pak Sugeng Waluyo bilang penguin.
Hati-hati, kegocek lagi ya.
Bird. Ada bilang shoes katanya.
Shoes.
Orang pakai seragam penguin kata Bu Apsari lagi. Kata Pak Kuku katanya sepatu. Pak Sigit bilang food. Oke, let's find the answer. This is
a penguin. Penguin.
It's penguin. It's
Lanjut.
panda. Next, what is this? Ayo.
Gajah.
What's your answer? Is it gajah?
Gajah.
Is it elephant?
Elephant.
It's elephant.
Elephant, oke.
Itu pastinya binatang, Pak.
Iya.
Jadi biasanya binatang bermuka dua.
That's correct.
The dwarf.
Mamut. Pak Muhammad Saiful bilang mamut. It's mamut. Okay. The answer is
It's elephant.
it's
Butterfly.
Butterhead.
Okay, next slide.
Elephant play.
What is this?
Crocodile.
Is it crocodile?
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Oh, you're not sure. Okay. Buaya darat kata Pak. Waduh.
My friend.
Oh, Pak Eko bilang my friend.
Gambar apa?
Crocodile.
Tiga.
Crocodile of land.
It's it's a kitty.
Kitty dial.
It's a cat. One more picture.
Rocco.
One more picture. Where is he? Di mana dia?
In the aquarium.
Oh, Pak Saiful benar tadi ya. Very great. Where is he? In a bottle? Are you sure he's in a bottle? Diving in
In the
aquarium. Atlantis. Jendela rumah. Nemo, ada Pak Heri bilang bathroom, Pak Muhammad Saiful. Pak Oni bilang UFO.
In the gallon.
Radinka bilang nyedot gas.
Ngapain ya dia kira-kira?
Pak Lutfi balloon. Okay, let's find out.
Where is he?
In a town.
Oh my god.
Okay, that was our ice breaking. I hope you enjoy our breaking. Mau lagi? Oh, ini udah dibongkar.
Last one.
The last one. What is this?
This is a soang.
Soang.
Harimau.
Oh, Pak
Pasti
Sigit.
Mas Abi.
Oh, Pak Abi. Bebek haji. Oh, bebek udah haji ya. Okay, let's find out. It is
Selamat.
Horse duck.
It's horse.
Horse duck fish.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your participation in this ice breaking.
Terima kasih banyak. Thank you very much, Ali Sadri Effendi and Rudy Sutanto. That
You're
was
welcome.
very fun ice breaking for us.
I hope it's entertaining ya. Semoga menghibur ya.
Amin ya.
Iya.
Menipu, benar-betul menipu ini ya. Kita akan masuk ke sesi 2. We have two amazing speakers again. One is from Taiwan, Associate Professor Dr. Sing Hao, and the other is from Thailand, Associate Professor Muhammad Zaki Cheha. We will start with Dr. Wu. Good day, Dr. Wu. Are you with us?
Hi. Yeah,
Hello.
can you hear me?
Dr. Wu, it's nice to meet you in
Nice
this
to meet
forum.
you. Yeah.
Okay, I will now read your CP. You have graduated from the Indiana University, USA, and are currently full-time associate professor of the Department of Economic and Financial Law, National University of Kaohsiung. Buat teman-teman nih, untuk masalah minat yang berkaitan dengan penelitian, Dr. Wu's research interests are about international environmental law technology, technology law, international economic and trade law, environmental law, and policy. Jadi ini berhubungan dengan hukum yang berkaitan dengan lingkungan, lalu juga hukum teknologi, lalu juga hukum ekonomi ya. Oke, jadi semuanya berkaitan dengan hukum atau tentang law. Oke, ini technician sudah siap dengan presentasinya. Ya, kita we will now see the presentation from Dr. Wu. Okay. Yes, Dr. Wu, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your introduction. It's my honor to hear for invitation from Professor Ray, and yeah, I'm here to share some of the experience of preventing this COVID-19 pandemic. First of all, I will talk about our campus experience. Then, because I'm a law major, so I will also talk about a little bit legal experience implemented in Taiwan. So can I proceed to the next slide? I'll start my, yeah, thank you. All right, so first of all, I'd like to introduce you a little bit about our anti-academic measures adopted in our campus. Actually, I think began as early as end of January. Our government has established the Central Epidemic Command Center, and also it works closely with our Ministry of Education. Therefore, we will follow the instruction and orders from the Ministry of Education concerning the various epidemic prevention measures. In our campus, first of all, we set up an anti-epidemic prevention task force. That would be our highest command unit in the campus, and we hold anti-epidemic meeting every Friday during the pandemic period. And then we set up an anti-epidemic prevention information column on our school official website that will release the latest information concerning the COVID-19 and the important policy and measures released by the government and our campus as well. And for all the staffs in our campus, we have to record the temperature and symptoms online every day. If there is a close contact or any suspected or even confirmed case, but not so far, we don't have any confirmed case in our campus, we will report to the school immediately, and we will release on the online to let everybody know what's going on, and so it will be very transparent about the information. And then we as long to our prevention any pandemic spread for every school building, we only open a single entrance and exit to control the number of people entering. And once you enter any individual building, you have to take body temperature measurement. and then we will clean and disinfect and work and in our campus, we also carry out the drill on the epidemic prevention. This practice will teach the staff and students to know the importance of keeping the distance, the social distance. And also we have some of the training drill for work, like work remote or distant learning. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is the this paragraph showing the prevention information column. Yeah, and we will put the latest epidemic information on a very suitable places. And on the left, you can see there's a system for body temperature recording any symptoms reporting system. Okay, next, please. Okay, so how we manage the risk on campus? First, we will control the people flow. As I just mentioned, that we just set up a single entrance and exit to control the human flows entering into any school building. And second, we use some of the technology to help us. For example, in our university, Dr. Xiaohan Wei and his students have invented a system that pretty much use like facial identification technology that they invade a mass identification or thermal imaging body temperature scanning system. So that help us to reduce a human resource burden because only one staff and with the help of the technology like a mass identification and thermal scanning system, we will know, okay, if you don't wear a mask, the image will show up that you need to cooperate. And then there's cleaning and hygiene kits. Okay. Also, from the Department of Applied Chemistry, professors and students, they made sanitizer because during the pandemic period, it's very hard to buy any personal protective equipment. So we made by ourselves and because they have these expertise and they can share for the whole campus and even for neighborhood school. And of course, we clean up the environment at least once a day. And we also increase our frequency for cleaning and disinfecting. Focus on high touch surface like, elevator buttons and door knobs, something like that. Okay. So that's quite important for preventing the spread. And here we have, of course, because I run the international office, so this becomes a very important process for overseas students of even freshmen and other students returning from abroad. First of all, yes, we have a procedure for entering process. Start from preparation period, and we work closely with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for issuing visas. And then we will report to our campus 3 days before the student's departure. And then once it arrives, we have the check-in points at the airport. So we have a team from our universities that would serve in the international airport and help them to check in and escort them by a special designated taxi or van. And then we will go directly from the Taoyuan airport is in the north of Taiwan, but a new case in Kaohsiung is in southern Taiwan. So they will go directly to the designated place for quarantine. Usually it's a hotel. So they stay at a hotel for 14 days quarantine. After that, when they return to our campus, check out from the hotel, we have another 7 days self-health monitoring. They will stay in a designated dormitory rooms, and then after 3 weeks of quarantine, if there is no any symptoms, they are free to go and to start their freshman and campus life. Next, please. Here are the pictures. That our Ministry of Education set up airport check-in counters, as I mentioned to you, and then there will be escort to quarantine taxi to take it, or quarantine bus, and to quarantine hotel, and that was certified by the Ministry of Health. Okay, so when overseas students stay in school quarantine dormitories or any quarantine hotels, our staff will provide anti-quarantine kits, and we'll do any even mentally support and health consulting during their quarantine period. Next, please. Yeah, next, please. Yeah. Okay, that's the first part that I would like to share about the campus epidemic control. And then I will talk a little bit about the law and any moral issues. Because we have adopted a very relatively strict epidemic control measures, so they could have some infringement to human rights. I highlight a couple of things that I think of. First one is any quarantine measures probably will infringe our freedom of residence and movement. And because we have a very strong data collection requirements that will trace our contact, any suspected cases, they will trace their contact history, and probably will have to publicity to the general public. That could against our privacy rights protections. And third one is if there's lockdown measures, of course that will have a serious infringement to property and labor rights. But fortunately, in Taiwan, we have not yet implement lockdown measures so far. And the fourth one is any travel restriction that also will infringe freedom of movement for the general public. Because in Taiwan, we have a travel restriction to students, teachers, staffs, for high school students and middle school and primary school. But for university, they need a special permit to have the travel restrictions. All right, the next one, please. So next, I would like to talk a little bit about the legal framework in Taiwan for containing this pandemic. Because these pandemic control measures are kind of mixture of political and health measures. Okay, for some countries, they probably, because they will declare the state of emergency under the Constitution. And actually, in Taiwan, we have that in Article 2043. In that, I will show you a little bit. In case of like epidemic or national crisis that requires emergency measures, our president are authorized by the Constitution, but have to ratified by the legislative yuan, and that is our parliament. And to the president authorized to declare the law emergency decrees. And what happened if they declare the state of emergency? Because some of the existing law would be suspended will be suspended, and it also provides some of the legal mandates that could break through some of the restriction of existing law. And of course, if you declare a state of emergency, that will also seriously infringe human rights. That needs to be considered seriously by experts, government officials, legislators, and even the general public. So we don't declare state of emergency, unfortunately, but I know in some of the countries they probably would need that. And so we only use our disease control act. Okay, that would be in a law level. And next, please. next, please. All right. Okay. So actually, the legal sources are from our Communicable Disease Control Act. In Article 3, we have categorized what is communicable disease. That's legalized, defined by law. If it is not, you're not allowed to use this emergency law. We could declare COVID-19 as a Communicable Disease Control Act in the early of February. And what is important key provision is Article 7. Because Article 7 stipulates that competent authorities should have to conduct various investigation and have to implement effective preventive measures to control the communicable disease. Okay, once they have the outbreak or epidemics. All right, next please. Article 44, they are the measure for management of patients. Okay, by the competent authorities as a Ministry of Health and other local governments, health bureau. First, they have to deal with the patients because under the law, a patient could be placed under isolation care in designated isolation care institution. So that is the major legal basis for our government to implement quarantine orders. And in Article 54, during the period of Central Epidemic Command Center, of course, for COVID-19, we have already established this Central Command Center, and it's still working, it still operates so far. The government organizations at various levels, including local governments, city governments, they have to follow instruction issued by the commanding officers. And it's in Article 54, it's quite important because this provision provide authorities to expedite private land, private products, buildings, devices, facilities, pharmaceutical, and any medical devices during the outbreak. So I think it's quite important, especially when the pandemic is ongoing. It's quite difficult for citizens to purchase face masks and personal protective equipment. And so, our government, with limited authorities, has implemented Article 54 to expedite some of the face mask productions and its equipment as well. Next, please. So actually, we call it as a national mask production team. All right, that's using Article 54 to expedite some of the small medium face mask factory, and also from military equipment as well. So we formulate this national mask protection team because during the pandemic, the demand is quite high, and the supply is in shortage, and it's also very difficult to import face masks from other countries, especially during this global pandemic. So it's quite vital for Taiwan to contain the pandemic is because we formulate this national mass production and it could meet the necessity for first line healthcare workers. And also in the second phase, it also meets the demands for the general public as well. And in Article 61, our Central Epidemic Command Center, well, that's also important that we have the punishment for individuals who hoard resources. And once it has already started to reconcile for purpose of price speculations or to force up prices under serious circumstances, people who hoard important like face masks or other hand hygienic equipments, it could sentence for imprisonment from 1 year up to 7. So it's quite serious punishment for hoarding the important resources for our comeback of COVID-19. And even for finement, it's also a very high penalty. Could fine up to NT dollars $5 million. Yeah, next please. And not just we also have a special legislation to this COVID-19 control measures. In addition to communicable disease control, that's a basic legal framework for not just COVID-19, but all the community disease control. But we also have a special legislation for COVID-19. And that is, it was promulgated at mid-April. And as we call it as the Special Act for Prevention, Relief, and Revitalization Measures for COVID-19. And this act is established to effectively prevent and control this COVID-19 pandemic and to protect the health of people and to mitigate the impacts for this disease that mostly economically and social society as a whole. And this special legislation in Article 7, it also provides a very broad legal authorities for competent authorities to conduct various investigations, implement effective measures, for example, like quarantine, and we have electronic tracing system, and these, as I mentioned to you earlier, that could have some infringement of human rights. But under Article 7, we have authorized government broad powers to implement or announce pandemic control measures. And travel bans, as I mentioned to you, for students and teachers, it was issued by Ministry of Education. Okay, but some of the students, some of the teachers has arose an issue about whether that's consistent with the Constitution, because the president has not yet issued emergency decree, as I mentioned to you, about a state of emergency. So any travel ban could be considered as unconstitutional measures. So that we have a constitutional issue concerning this travel ban. Okay. And next, please. And this special legislation we aims on pandemic control for the COVID-19 in a short period of time. So we increase the penalty compared to Communicable Disease Control Act. Okay, so like, for example, like Article 62, person who are fully aware that they have been infected by COVID-19, but fail to comply with instruction and have those infected others will be sentenced to imprisonment for up to 3 years, criminal detentions, or confinement, and a fine up to NT dollars $50,000. So it's, that's we have that penalty tickets. I think hundreds, more than hundreds, and most of them is up to $100,000 NT dollars penalty. So it's strictly enforced, not just written in law. It's strictly enforced. And in this special law, and Article 13, once individuals suffering from or suspected or suffering from this COVID-19, when they fail to comply with instruction of health authority, and those are at risk of infecting others, okay, compared to Article 62, it's just in risk. You can put could be sentenced for 2 years, and 5 months is no less than $200,000. Okay, that's the threshold, but upper threshold is $2 million. Wow. Okay. Next one, please. And it is also notable in Article 14 is during the pandemic, there's many of the fake news going on the radio or internet. So we also have this Article 14 to strike any fake news, because we have to follow the commanding center. So other informations that was not endorsed by the commanding center would be considered as a fake news. So Article 14 say that the individual who disseminates rumors or false information concerning the epidemic, and also causing damage to the public or others, will be sentenced to imprisonment for not more than 3 years, and the fine is no more than NT dollar $3 million. So I think it is point to the press. So any press should be cautioned about their news if that's not confirmed. Okay, and to reduce the impacts as a result of COVID-19, we also have a subsidy policy was incorporated in this special law. In Article 2, the central competent authority could provide subsidies or allowance to medical personnel, because they work 24 hours a day sometimes. So we will have to provide subsidies for them, and also and cares for not just hospital, but also some private and public medical care institution. And also Article 3 provides subsidies for people who sacrifice their freedoms, staying at home for quarantine, for home isolations. And yeah, so, and that would, any family members who take leave or cannot work due to care for these isolated quarantine individuals, they could apply for disease prevention compensation from the starting date to the ending date of the isolation or quarantine. And in Article 4 also authorized agency, enterprise, schools, any organization that pay employees salary during their leave period or quarantine period. And that could also deduct 200% of their salary payment. If these enterprises could, deduct their 200% of their salary payment from the taxable income tax in the current year. Next one, please. So what are the controversy for this special legislation? I mentioned a couple of this. In Article 8, well, individuals subject to isolation or quarantine during the pandemic period, the command of the Central Epidemic Center may instruct person to record videos or take pictures during their isolation. So that could be a violation of their personal rights, such as their personal data and privacy. And any personal data specified in the preceding two paragraphs should be processed in accordance with related regulation, but only after the end of the epidemic. So during the epidemic, it's allowable to take pictures or holding their videos showing their health condition situation during isolation period. So there are many concerns about this for infringement on privacy. And there are also a controversy about how to publicize the contact informations, because we should not name them. Because especially for a restaurant or for some shops, if we release of contact information, point out to some specific shops or restaurant, next day no one dare to go to the restaurant. So that is also legal controversial for this publicity of this contact information. Okay, I think that's all what I'm going to say to you. Share my experience. Thank you very much, and yeah, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Wu. Next, we will introduce our fourth speaker, which comes from Thailand, Dr. Cheha. Dr. Cheha, are you in this room?
Hello.
Hello. Okay. Assalamualaikum. Dr. Cheha, are you with us? I see that Dr. Cheha is already in this room. For the others, please mute your microphone.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you today?
Alhamdulillah, fine.
Okay.
And you?
I'm fine too. Alhamdulillah. I will read your curriculum vitae. So your name is Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Zaki Cheha.
Yeah,
Cheha
right.
or Cheha? How do you say it?
Yeah, Cheha. This is my
Cheha.
family name.
That's correct. All right. You graduated from Ramkham Hang University, Thailand.
Yeah,
Bachelor
Bangkok.
degree, and then continued to the International Islamic University, Malaysia,
Yeah.
Master of Comparative Law, and took a PhD from the same university, International Islamic University, Malaysia. Some of his academic works include The Application of Islamic Law in Thailand, a concept of sovereignty under Thai constitution and Islamic law, a comparative study, a conflict of laws, a case study of the application of Islamic Law Act, and then a possibility of establishment of Sharia court under Thai constitution. So we'll hear from the presentation from Dr. Cheha before I will open the second question and answer session. Are you ready with the presentation? Okay. Okay, Dr. Cheha, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin. Wa bihi nasta'in wa la hawla wa la quwwata illa billahil aliyyil azim. Allahumma salli ala nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'ahu bi ihsan ila yaumil. First of all, I would like to thank Islamic University of Pradiri for inviting me join the webinar today. So the topic given to me is the Islamic way of confrontation with the contemporary challenges. Yeah, as you know, Islam is the way of life that encompasses all dimensions of life, whether It is psychological, moral, ethical, educational, economic, social, political, governance, etc. It is the approach of balanced lifestyle, such as the balance between the material and the mind, and also the balance between this world and the next or akhirah. When Islam is such perfect cause, the question is that why Islam is still unable to confront the doctrine or concept of globalization. As you know, Islam is a way of life. While many Muslim, the problem is many Muslims lack in depth and understanding about comprehensive of Islam. This problem can be solved by education, but when we consider the educational management of the Muslim society in Thailand, I think also in many countries, in Asian countries, that there are many private schools teaching Islam today, but they lack of the strength. This is because this school still provide education under the influence of the concept of separating religion from the way of life. Therefore, the education of Muslim society cannot create a Muslim who understand Islam as a way of life. The management of education also aims to benefit business owners. The management of education still lacks the ideology of building perfect Muslim. What is stand of Islam? Islam is the religion that stand only the truth. What is not truth is not Islam. Said the messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Islam come as stranger and will depart like a stranger. In the world, Islam is strange religion, refer to a strange way of thinking, living a strange life. But Muslim must not be shy and must not be surprised. Don't be hurt that we have our identity which different other identity. If like other religion, why does Allah bring Islam? Which he sent down because he will stand on the truth and must not be like other religion. Stand way of thinking, for example, the prophet say that death is the beginning of life, while common people think death is the end of life. Most of people think this way. Even many Muslims also think this way, that death seems to be an end. But Islam says that death is the real beginning of life, long life, permanent life, life without any deceit. There is only the truth. While life on this earth is not real life, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, it's like drama. إِنَّمَا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا لَعِبٌ وَلَهْوٌ. To test each individual how much he or she has confidence on him. The next world or akhirah is a permanent world and the real world. Therefore, Islam considers as death is the beginning of life, and Muslim must worry about whether he or she is prepared or not to go to the real world. Always think that today is the last day because they must be on the day. That is our last day. This is the Islamic way of thinking. What are right and wrong must be based on Islamic principle. There is a story that One woman sells herself as prostitute in order to send children to study. The question is that such woman was doing good or bad? Maybe somebody said this woman was doing good. What is this right thing? She thinks that sending children to study is what is right. It's a great duty of mother. If not taking care that the children do not learn, will be defective mother. But where is teaching of fornication? What is the teaching of fornication on this matter? All religions teach fornication is a grave sin. Grave sin and contradict with the principle. I think contradict with the all religion principle. So what we should consider right or wrong must based on Islamic principle. We have to refer to the Quranic verse and the prophetic tradition. This is our duty. If we refer to this to source, will be not lost from the Islamic principle. So in short, therefore, in order to human to return to normal, again must go back to the right condition. The condition of man based on the correct doctrine that Allah has delivered is based on the nature of Allah, who has created man so that he may not be mistaken and return to right again. The return to the Quran, this is, and the return to the Quran, also the prophetic tradition is the insistence of Islam. And Allah promised us that the Quran will not disappear until the day of hereafter. The Quran will not be changed. Even one letter, Allah will be the keeper of the Quran. Therefore, the world will be lit once again when returning to the Quran. If we forget to return the Quran and also the prophetic tradition, humanity will be gloomy. The world will be gloomy and human will be eventually return to disaster. This is a short presentation of my topic today. I would like to apologize if I use the not a long time to present because I want to open. Maybe I want to hear question from the participant. Inshallah, if I can reply, I will reply, and if I cannot reply today, I will study further, inshallah. So this is my presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Cheha, for the incredible presentation. And we are going into our second question and answer session. We have already a lot of questions. And the first one is from Dr. Sony SM Laksono, MSI. He is a lecturer from the Management Magister Program. Dr. Sony, sudah siap? Dr. Sony hadir?
Jam 1 Mas.
Oh, lagi cuti. Baik. Alright. I will ya. Baiklah. Kalau begitu saya akan mewakili.
Mas, pakai jam 5.
Ya, baik Pak Sutrisno, terima kasih informasinya. Thank you for the information. So the question is for Dr. Cheha. Yeah, because of economic difficulties, a father has been forced to do corruption in order to finance his child for college and his ill wife. What do you think about this ethical dilemma from the Islamic perspective? Yeah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I think the question, the corruption is the clear what contrasts with Islamic principle. This condition, I think, is not darura. We may have other choice to solve the problem. So the short answer is that this in this condition, we are not allowed uh, uh, to uh, to to do any kind of corruption because I think it's not darura. Yeah, this is my answer, the short answer. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Jadi jawabannya tidak boleh korupsi ya. Mau kondisi apapun
Ya,
pasti
tidak.
ada alternatif lain. There are other alternatives. The next question is from Dr. Nisa Mutiara. She is a lecturer from the Management Magister Program. Dr. Nisa, hadir? Siap memberikan pertanyaan sendiri atau mau dibacakan? Yeah, apparently I will represent her question. She said, I have just attended a seminar. By the end of the event, the East Java Province Tourism and Cultural Department campaigned about Di Jatim Saja Travel to re-energize the tourism in East Java, where small and medium enterprises rely on this matter. So for Dr. Wu, how does your campus support your government's tourism program? Are there any actions from the campus to support tourism? And the second question is for Dr. Cheha. It's similar, but here the question is, how do we as citizens can help the country's tourism and small and medium enterprises from the Islamic view? Baik, silakan Dr. Wu, you may the question.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for your question. Yes, I think this COVID-19 has seriously affected the tourism. And for our university, we have implemented projects called University Social Responsibility Projects. That is also financed by the Ministry of Education in Taiwan. So for instance, we have just hired about 25 students who was devoted to SDG promotions, and of course to helping the community to recover from the effects of COVID-19. So, for example, next month we will have a camp, about 4 days and 3 nights camp, and we will work together with the communities. Because next to NUK we have a fishery village, and another one is Ventrim village. Because of the aging problem, so we'll help them to design a solution to stimulate the economy and revitalize the communities by like in-depth tour guide, or some of the for example like music or art activities could help the recovery of some of the small villages, and that's something we're trying to do. And actually we have done this for the past of the decade, but because of a COVID-19, I think we will work together with the city governments and other universities and community members to establish a new tourism policy and projects. Yeah. Thank you. That's my answering to the questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wu, for your answer. Dr. Cheha?
Okay, can you repeat the question?
Okay, the question is, how do we as citizens can help our countries, tourism and small and medium enterprises from the Islamic view? So how do we do it from the Islamic view to help the
Again,
country?
I cannot get the point for of the question. Again, repeat again.
So,
How?
okay, how can we as citizens help the tourism sector and also the small and medium enterprises based on your knowledge about Islam? How does Islam do it? How do we do it?
With the tourism.
Yeah, with tourism and small and medium enterprises. So, how do we help the economy from the Islamic view?
Can you translate to the Indonesia? I can understand Indonesian language.
Oh, baik.
Uh,
Ini pertanyaannya kalau dilihat dari sejarah Islam nih Pak, kira-kira bagaimana kita bisa membantu pariwisata dan juga UMKM, ya, usaha kecil dan menengah supaya mereka bisa lebih maju. Jadi menurut pengetahuan Bapak nih dari sejarah Islam, bagaimana kita bisa melakukan sesuatu untuk membantu sektor-sektor ini?
Ya, dari segi pembantu. Jadi apa ni? Saya tak faham sistem pemerintah di Indonesia macam mana. Tapi dalam membantu apa ni sektor semua sektornya adalah tanggungjawab pemerintah. Ya, pemerintah. Pemerintah patut ambil apa ni? Peduli, boleh faham peduli dengan kesusahan ataupun apa yang rakyat mereka itu sedang apa ni sedang laku untuk memajukan negara. Maka itu adalah tanggungjawab. Jadi kalaulah company ataupun bentuk macam mana pun kalau buat ada untuk memaju negara, maka kerajaan adalah tanggungjawab dalam apa ni bagi pertolongan kepada sektor ataupun company ini dalam memajukan ataupun dalam menjalani apa ni menjalani dalam turis tadi. Itulah jawapan yang mungkin saya tak pasti jawab atau terjawab atau tidak. Itulah jawapan saya.
Baik, terima kasih jawabannya. Thank you for your answer.
Yes.
The third questioner is Fasta Bikul, Mas Abi. Mas Abi hadir? Ya, Mas
Dibacakan
Abi.
saja, Mbak.
Okay, so there is a question from Mr. Fasta Bikul. He wants to know, based on your knowledge, is there a free COVID-19 country? If there is, how did they manage to achieve this? And what is the situation of COVID-19 in your country these days? We can start from Dr. Wu. Do you know any free COVID-19 country, and how is the situation in your country these days compared to when it first started, when the pandemic first started?
Okay. Yeah. In my knowledge, I think free COVID-19 country probably in some of the small island country maybe because it's quite isolated, and if there's if it had introduced some travel bans immediately after the outbreak, in my sense, probably Fiji. Fiji in South Pacific is now still not confirmed case. Yeah. So compared to Taiwan, we're relatively low confirmed cases in the world. So I think it's about no more than 500 cases so far, and mostly from imported cases. But of course, it still have some economic impacts to Taiwan, especially for manufacturing industry, because we receive a lot of orders from China or from United States and some from Europe. So there's a lot of orders reductions. So I think the serious impacts would be in the field of manufacturing industry. But because we don't have so many confirmed cases, so the economic or social impacts to Taiwan is relatively low. But because of the reorganization of the global supply chain, so we were still working on how to adapt it to a situation of reorganization of global supply chain for some of the IT products, which is the major industry in Taiwan. Answer.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Jadi menurut Dr. Wu, sepertinya ya yang tidak ada kasus COVID itu di pulau-pulau yang sangat kecil, misalnya di Fiji. Dan kasus di Taiwan itu termasuk sangat rendah ya, sekitar 500 kasus saja. Dan ini terutama terjadi di industri manufaktur. How about you, Dr. Cheha? How is the COVID-19 situation in your country?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Concerning Thailand, the government have the preventive measure to protect the COVID-19. If we see the number who suffered from with the COVID-19 is, I think, it's not too much. It's not too much when they compare with the Malaysia and Indonesia. And however, we still confront with the economic problem. But the number of the disease of the who suffer from the COVID is not too much now, and the government apply the preventive measure or quarantine. I think that this all countries use this preventive measures. Quarantine 2 weeks for who are from overseas come to Thailand. They have to be quarantined for the 2 weeks. So this preventive measures make the number of who suffer from the COVID is not increase. It's not increased. So that the situation in Thailand now. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the answer. Jadi kasusnya tidak banyak ya, dan sistemnya mirip dengan kita. Jadi ada sistem karantina selama 2 minggu. The next question will be given by our MC, Rudy Sutanto. Obviously, he has a very interesting question that he wants to ask to Dr. Wu. Please, Rudy, give the question.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nadia. To Dr. Wu, I would like to ask about the Taiwan regulation, especially in international student. I mean, is there any specific information about the new student who want to learn or take an education in Taiwan? And especially for Indonesian student, I heard about the information. If the international student want to take education there, they have to quarantine for 14 days. I would like to hear the specific information, and I heard that during the quarantine, we have to pay our that healthy care by ourselves. Is that correct or not? Thank you very much, Doctor.
Please, Dr.
Thank you for Rudy's questions. Yes, I'm glad to hear that you are interested about studying in Taiwan. Yeah, unfortunately, yes. For your question, they need to have 14 days quarantine. So they have to stay in a quarantine hotel for 2 weeks. And but for our campus, we have another 7 days self-help management, but that's paid, that's included in a dormitory fee. But for the 2 weeks quarantine at hotel, yes, unfortunately, they have to pay by themselves. But we have some subsidy for overseas Chinese student if they stay in a quarantine hotels. But I'm sorry for foreign nationality students, they have to pay for the quarantine cost, including the quarantine taxi, transportation fee. But it's quite low for transportation because the government will subsidy for the public transportation sectors for providing quarantine taxi or bus services. Uh, uh, other other question is about, oh yeah, our government will issue visas for freshmen for over abroad to study in Taiwan only for degree students. We have already postponed for exchange students visas. So for our university, we'll also welcome exchange students, but unfortunately, because of the government regulation and Ministry of Foreign Affairs do not issue visas for short period time study. But I know I think we're still checking on the status of the pandemic globally. Hope that could answer your question.
Oke, thank you for the answer. Jadi buat mahasiswa yang akan masuk ke negara Taiwan akan dikarantina, dan karantina ini harus bayar ya. Tapi ada subsidi di sektor perhubungannya. Kemudian untuk visa saat ini bagi mahasiswa akan diberikan bagi yang mengambil jenjang pendidikan ya. Tidak bisa untuk mahasiswa yang menginginkan pertukaran pelajar. Ya. Informasi lebih lanjut pasti bisa dilihat di websitenya ya Rudy ya, untuk lebih tahu tentang itu. Okay, and maybe Rudy can contact you, Dr. Wu, about education in Taiwan, or maybe myself as well. Yeah, so hopefully we can come to Taiwan one day, Dr. Wu. The next question will be from Oni. Mbak Oni nanya lagi. Mbak Oni, sudah siap Mbak Oni?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, so Oni Nuri Hayanti from the Agribusiness Magister Program is going to give her questions again. Let's hear from her. Silakan Mbak Oni.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Miss Nadia. Good afternoon, Mr. Wu, Dr. Wu. Okay.
Yeah.
There are actually, I have 3 questions, but my first question you have explained and previous question by others. Okay, now I want to question about you have explained about subsidies provided to the people in the Taiwan, whether the subsidies provided by Taiwan governments also apply to foreigners such as students or overseas workers. From Indonesia, there are many workers from Indonesia in Taiwan. You know that.
Yeah.
Maybe this is my question for you. Thank you.
Sorry, could you ask your questions briefly again? Is that clear from microphone? Could you ask the question again?
Bisa ditanya lagi Mbak Oni pertanyaannya, mungkin sedikit agak lebih pelan mungkin ya. Dicoba lagi sekali lagi.
Okay. Dr. Wu, you have explained about subsidies subsidies for the people in Taiwan. My question is whether the subsidies provided by Taiwan government also apply to foreigners, such as students or overseas worker. Maybe.
Okay, so
Yeah, I got it.
Uh,
Yeah,
okay,
I'll
okay.
answer that question. Yes, we have subsidy for for not just citizen, if it is overseas workers or travelers, if they are forced to be isolated or to be quarantined, because but that's during the period of first stage of early stage of pandemic, because they don't know what's going on in the world and about pandemic, so they've just accidentally entering into Taiwan. We will pay, the government will pay for the subsidy for their quarantine and for all the costs they stay in a quarantine hotel or designated places. But after when the pandemic proceeds, yes, because we have
Dr. Wu,
already.
we cannot hear you. Is there a problem on your side?
No.
Yeah.
The sound is
Can
suddenly
you hear me
mute.
now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, I'm here.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. You can hear me?
I hear you, Mr. Wu.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I answer you again. I mean, in the early stage of pandemic, because some of the travelers or overseas workers, they don't know about what's the real situation about the pandemic globally. So, in the early stage, some overseas workers and travelers, if they are forced to be quarantined, uh, Taiwanese government will provide a subsidy for them during the quarantine period. But I think is after when the pandemic proceeds, I think if the overseas workers would like to return to their working post, government will ask enterprises to pay some of the allowance or subsidies for overseas workers, but not from government, I think. But as you can see from the special legislation, we persuade enterprises to pay for some of the allowance or subsidies for overseas workers, and that is tax deductible for the enterprises. Okay, so that is some policy for overseas workers that I know. I'm aware of. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sir.
Thank you for your answer. Sudah puas Mbak Oni dengan jawabannya?
Iya.
Kalau nggak puas mungkin nanya nanti personal ya. Okay. The sixth questioner is Muhammad Triyanto. Mas Muhammad, hadir? Mas Muhammad bisa dinyalakan mic-nya? Ya, dan mungkin digeser tanamannya. Tanamannya menutup. Okay. The plant is hiding your face. Okay. Sudah siap bertanya?
Bentar.
Okay. Silakan ditanyakan kepada siapa ya, Mas? Biar jelas. Oh, we are waiting for Mas Trianto. He is adjusting his position. Seems. Mas Tri, jangan lupa dinyalakan mic-nya ya, Mas, karena posisinya dalam kondisi mati. Ya, silakan, Mas.
I'm so sorry.
want to Mr. Wang.
Mas Trianto, mohon maaf, itu pakai alat 2 ya? Untuk HP-nya atau alat lain mungkin agak dijauhkan karena ada back sound-nya, ada noise.
Yeah.
Ya. Ya, sudah bagus.
I'm so sorry. What is the right step if the omnibus law is implemented in Indonesia when the COVID-19 pandemic has spread around the world? If omnibus law is successfully implemented in China, the question is whether the law can be implemented in other countries, especially Indonesia, to increase economic growth during the COVID-19 pandemic.
Oke, terima kasih ya Mas Tri. Saya akan coba menyebutkan lagi nih apa yang disampaikan ya. So the question is, what is the right step if the omnibus law is implemented in Indonesia when the COVID-19 pandemic has spread around the world? And I think this question is for Dr. Wu. So how is the omnibus law in your country? Is it successful? And if it's successful, can this law be implemented in other countries such as in Indonesia to increase economic growth during the COVID-19 pandemic? Untuk teman-teman yang lain bisa dimatikan ini ya mic-nya supaya bisa kita dengar dari Dr. Wu. So the question is about the omnibus law. Do you have an omnibus law in your country? Is it successful? And can the law be implemented in another country, such as in Indonesia, to increase economic growth during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Okay. All right. Thank you for your question. Yes, as I mentioned, that maybe in Taiwan we don't call it as omnibus law, but I think it's about economic recovery because of a pandemic. Yes, we have that special legislation as I just present, and there's a chapter for that special legislation is to stipulate economic recovery funding because I think the law itself requires all the citizens and legislators to discuss in depth, and I think the law, but still, I think in Taiwan we are quite disputable for the economic recovery law because there's so many industry sector requires a subsidy from the government, but we have only limited financial resources. So so the question will become, what's the priority? What's the priority industry? Because of a different situation in different countries, I think that every country will have to consider the priority industry to be subsidized. In Taiwan, because the domestic travel tourism is not that affected, even better, because because for Taiwanese they cannot travel abroad, so all of them stay at Taiwan. So it boosts the tourism in Taiwan. So probably the travel subsidy for tourism maybe would be lower for domestic travel, but for some of tourism business, because they have some international connections or some of travel groups to oversee, that's heavily affected. So even for the tourism sector itself, you have to carefully distinct the priority targets. As I mentioned to you, in Taiwan, probably the IT manufacturing industry was heavily influence because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So, but you know, because they have comparable strong financial structures for IT industry, so they could adapt to the pandemic situation for a short period of time. But in the long run, of course, we have to come out some of the economic revitalization policy for them. So to conclude my answer, I would say that in different countries, government should hear what is the real situation in a society and in the economics. It was heavily affected, and they have to set up a detailed and a comprehensive priority targets for which industry should be should be subsidized at the first place. That's my answer. I hope that could answer your question. Thank you.
Ya,
Okay, I
kayak
think
di
it's good
Indonesia
opinion.
disebutnya program pemulihan ekonomi, dan di sini pemerintah hendaknya untuk selalu mencari tahu tentang situasi nyata di dalam lingkungan masyarakat untuk kemudian menentukan sektor-sektor prioritas yang perlu disubsidi. The next question will be from Herianto. Mas Herianto, sudah siap untuk bertanya?
Halo, siap. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Jangan lupa untuk disampaikan ya Pak, ini pertanyaannya untuk siapa? Jika pakai alat dua mohon dijauhkan Pak ya, karena ada back sound, ada noise. Ya. Siap, bagus.
Oke, siap.
Silakan.
Oke. Pertanyaannya kepada Bapak Profesor Abu Talkah.
Hanya bisa kepada 2 orang Pak, kepada para pembicara kita. Ya.
Oh gitu.
Jadi bisa kepada Dr. Zaki atau Dr. Wu. Apa mau gantian sekarang ke Dr. Zaki mungkin?
Oke, Dr. Zaki boleh.
Ya, baik.
Insyaallah.
Silakan Pak.
Ya, pertanyaannya, saya melihat hukum itu lebih menguntungkan kepada penguasa atau kapitalis. Terus pertanyaannya, dalam hal ini kenapa para pemangku, para dosen atau pakar-pakar hukum di kampus tidak menyikapi hal ini, mungkin dalam hal ini bisa membuat sebuah persatuan untuk menyikapi hukum atau peraturan yang dibuat yang tidak berpihak kepada masyarakat kecil pada umumnya. Terima kasih.
Baik, terima kasih pertanyaannya. Jadi kalau saya lihat di sini, menurut Pak Herianto, hukum itu lebih menguntungkan bagi pemerintah atau orang yang sedang berkuasa. Jadi di sini para pakar hukum apa sih yang bisa dilakukan untuk menyikapi hal tersebut supaya jangan lebih menguntungkan penguasa, tapi lebih menguntungkan masyarakat, begitu ya Pak Herianto?
Betul.
Oke, baik. Please, Dr. Zaki.
Dengan bahasa
boleh bahasa Indonesia Pak?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, boleh. Bahasa Melayu ya.
Bahasa Melayu. Because we are similar.
Ya, bahasa Melayu. Ya. Kalau kita tinjau kepada hukum ataupun undang-undang atau konun, hukum mesti ada keadilan. Jadi kalau kita mengaplikasi hukum ataupun undang-undang ini, semua pihak dapat faedah ataupun dapat untung.
Dr. Zaki, apakah ada masalah koneksi? Ya, tampaknya Dr. Zaki sedang, ya oke.
Dengar.
Zaki. Oke,
Ya,
baik. Silakan.
ya. Jadi kalaulah hukum itu berpihak atau bagi faedah setengah kaum atau setengah pihak, setengah rakyat, tidak umum, itu maka hukum itu adalah hukum yang tidak adil. Jadi pihak yang mengeluarkan hukum itu, kerajaan itu mesti tinjau, hukum ini untuk bagi faedah semua pihak. Saya tak pasti dalam Indonesia macam, tapi kalau di Thailand semua hukum mesti di bawah satu hukum saja. Jadi hukum tidak, kalaulah hukum itu bagi faedah ataupun berpihak pada mana-mana, hukum ini mesti diberontak ataupun ditolak oleh mana-mana pihak yang tidak dapat faedah dari segi hukum itu. Saya tak pasti di Indonesia ada apa hukum yang bagi faedah satu pihak saja. Itulah saya tak boleh saya question balik kepada yang tanya itu tadi. Saya pun tak pasti keadaan dalam Indonesia. Ya, wallahu a'lam.
Okay, thank you for the answer. Baik, thank you Dr. CH. Jadi hukum itu harus harus berpihak kepada semua orang, tidak bisa hanya kepada satu pihak. The law needs to be bring equality. It needs to be just for everyone, so all parties need to gain advantage or benefits. When the law is only bring benefits for one party, especially not the society, then the law is not just. Jadi memang harus ada keadilan buat semua. Okay, thank you very much for your question, Bapak Herianto.
Halo.
Pak Herianto, apa mau ada yang ditanyakan lagi? Ada yang mau dilanjutkan? Oke.
Ada. Tadi, mohon maaf. Tadi pertanyaan saya tadi, kenapa sikap dari para pakar hukum tadi kan tidak terjawab tadi. Kenapa para pakar hukum tidak membuat sebuah perkumpulan atau menyatukan pendapat bagaimana untuk menyikapi hal tersebut, itu yang belum terjawab. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you for the question. So let me rephrase this for the law experts. Yeah, this is for Dr. Wu and Dr. Cheha. Do you have an association of law experts that can give recommendations, to the government to make sure that the law is just for everyone? Ya, jadi apakah ada asosiasi atau perhimpunan pakar-pakar hukum di negara masing-masing yang bisa memberikan rekomendasi atau masukan kepada pemerintah agar hukum itu berpihak kepada semua? Begitu ya Pak Herianto ya, saya ambil garis besarnya. Oke, Dr. Wu, yes, can you help with the question?
Yes, of course, because I teach in the law school, so for this question, I think I will have to train the students and to teach a student about the right value and for making law, because our student, when they graduate, they become lawyers, judges, government officials, and so of course some lawmakers are all in law majors. So I think that would be our responsibility to teach them that the law should be just, would be just for serving all the peoples, not for specific people or benefits for some parties. Yeah, because I teach public law, so it would be our core values for teaching students. But you know, when they go to the society, I'm not sure they would be tempted because yeah, but I think that there are so more and more law professionals and enter into the Congress. I think that would be the front line for making law justified. So I will encourage students, not just as a law practice, but to show their political intentions or show their political interest. I think that would be the right step for making a justified law. Okay, thank you. And that's my own opinion. Thank you.
Oke, thank you Dr. Wu. Jadi kita lihat ini di dalam negaranya beliau ya, Pak Herianto.
Ya,
Jadi
ya.
karena beliau mengajar di bidang hukum, maka kepada mahasiswa-mahasiswanya diajarkan agar mereka di kemudian hari menjadi praktisi-praktisi hukum yang mengusung kepada keadilan. Namun karena beliau statusnya adalah sebagai pengajar, beliau tidak bisa memastikan apakah nanti ketika kembali ke masyarakat mereka akan melakukan itu ya. Jadi kembali kepada diri masing-masing begitu Pak. Untuk negaranya beliau ya. Dr. Cheha, how about in your country? Is there an association comprising of law experts in your country? Ya, ada nggak sih Pak di sana pakar-pakar hukum yang berkumpul di dalam satu perhimpunan dan bisa menyuarakan ya pandangan-pandangannya kepada pemerintah supaya berkeadilan untuk semua?
Ya, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Jadi kita di selatan Thailand kita ada persatuan lawyer ataupun persatuan lawyer, Muslim lawyer untuk mengadu kepada kerajaan apa yang kita yang Muslim di Southern ini perlu segi undang-undang ini. Seperti kita di sini ya, di 4 wilayah, 4 provinsi di selatan Thailand, Narathiwat, Yala, Pattani dan juga Setul. Kita dibenarkan untuk mengimplikasi undang-undang Islam, undang-undang keluarga Islam dan juga undang-undang pusaka Islam. Dua-dua ini saja. Ini adalah ikuri daripada pengaduan daripada persatuan lawyer yang dan kita akan ada lagi yang kita akan mengadu kepada kerajaan apa yang kita mahu, apa yang kita perlu. Ini adalah satuan lawyer saja. Tapi di peringkat dozen ataupun peringkat ini belum ada lagi. Belum ada yang Pak sebut tadi, kita belum ada macam di Indonesia juga. Tapi di lawyer sudah ada persatuan Muslim lawyer. Ini adalah satu kebaikan, banyak yang kita boleh faedah daripada persatuan ini. Tapi persatuan dozen ataupun persatuan academy person kita belum. We is not yet established. We have only the association of the lawyer, Muslim lawyer, to what we call to propose the government which law Muslim should be managed by the which law which should be governed by Muslim when considering to the Islamic identity. Yeah, this is my answer. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. Ini adalah pertanyaan terakhir. This is the last question from this session. Let's give a warm applause for Dr. Wu and Dr. Zaki. Other questions can be given later on. So the conclusion is the COVID-19 pandemic has created many issues across the globe, from moral issues, economic issues to health issues. This requires us to maintain good moral and ethics and make adjustments in life to recover. What we can do is we need to raise public confidence, have clear priorities, give financial support, control movement and effective communication. And as university personnel, we need to take action in helping our country overcome this pandemic and support people for a better state. Lastly, as a Muslim, we need to abide regulations based on the Quran. Thank you, everyone. Please mute. And I will give the floor to our Master of Ceremonies, Rudy Sutanto and Ali Satri Effendi.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Nadia Abidin.
Thank you very much, Mbak Nadia.
And thank you for all the speakers for the great presence and such a wonderful information for us, where we just talk about the pandemic effect on the economic and then lagi ramenya bahas Omnibus Law, jadi tadi sempat dibahas juga, itu menarik banget. Oke, kita lanjut ke acara selanjutnya, Mas Ali.
Okay, now I would like to kindly invite Associate Professor Abu Talka, the Postgraduate Director of UNISKA Kediri, to deliver closing remarks. To Professor Abu Talka, the floor now is yours.
我是不是可以下线了？
没有。
哦，但是那个泰国人还在。
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All speakers, thank a lot, especially Prof. Anona Armstrong, IM, Victoria University, Prof. Nur Rashida Muhammad Nur, University Putra Bangsa, as Prof. Xinghao, National University of Kaohsiung, Taiwan, and Prof. Muhammad Zaki Sehat, Fatoni University, Thailand. Thank deeply or thank a lot all information we have and the problem about COVID-19 will be passed soon. And that all followers in international webinars, thank to join. And then by speaker, Alhamdulillah, international webinar is closed. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Abu Talka, for the closing statement. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we close this international webinar, please make sure you already click the link registration in the chat room or in the WhatsApp room. And after this, we would like to invite you all to take a picture together. So please, ladies and gentlemen, turn your videos on first. Thank you.
Silakan dinyalakan untuk kameranya. Kita akan foto bersama. Profesor Anona, Dr. Wu, Dr. Cheha, and also Dr. Noor. Let's take a picture together for our memory. Oke, hitungan 3 ya. Kita akan foto bareng-bareng ya. There are 7 batches, jadi nyengirnya lamaan sedikit ya. Oke. 1, 2, 3. Okay, next batch. Let's smile together. A big smile. 1, 2, 3. Lanjut lagi nih yang ketiga, the third batch. Ayo kita senyum semua. Let's smile together. 1, 2, 3.
Smile.
Oke. Yang keempat, ayo kita foto ya. Lihat bareng-bareng di sini. 1, 2, 3.
Cheers.
Kemudian lanjut lagi ya, the next batch. Wah, ini banyak yang nggak dinyalain. Yuk dinyalakan ya untuk videonya. Saya hitung ya dalam hitungan 3. Baik, saya tunggu dulu deh ini untuk batch ke ini ya, batch ke berapa nih? Kelima. Yuk dinyalakan semuanya. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Buncis.
Oke.
Cheers, kacang buncis.
Next batch. Wah, ini batchnya banyak sekali ya. 1, 2, 3. Dan yang terakhir, the last batch. 1, 2, 3. Oke, thank you very much. Silakan untuk MC.
Ladies and gentlemen, this international webinar is held by the Postgraduate Program Universitas Islam Kadiri, UNISKA.
And then supported by
the Postgraduate Program.
And then supported by Manggala Karya Kencana, Bangun Kota, Cahaya Anak Negeri, and Mandala International Services.
Yeah. The postgraduate program of Universitas Islam Kediri, or UNISKA, was established on January 5, 2000. This program has been started with 2 study programs, Master of Management and Master of Agribusiness. Then a new study program has been opened, namely Master of Legal Studies. This postgraduate program is intended not only for academics, but also for practitioners from various disciplines. This is expected to provide the widest opportunity for the participants in an effort to improve and sharpen their scientific insight, knowledge, and skill. Along with that, this program is designed to provide the widest possible opportunity for students to be able to study independently, depend theory, and conduct research supported by the supervision of the lecturers.
Itu alamat.
Unmute. Repeat one more time.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the end of webinar today. I expect all of us to have benefits and faster knowledge about our topics today: international strategic management and law during COVID-19 pandemic, trends and challenges. Thank you very much for joining this international webinar, and
Thank you very much.
And see you at the another event. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Sampai ketemu di tebak gambar berikutnya. Merdeka.
Terima kasih untuk hari ini. Thank you very much, Dr. Wu, Dr.
Thank
Cheha,
you.
Professor Armstrong, and also Dr. Nur. Hopefully we can meet again.
And play guessing picture again.
Iya. Dan belajar tebak gambar lagi ya, jangan sampai salah lagi. Sampai jumpa lagi semuanya. Have fun for today ya, akhir pekan. Have a nice weekend.
Stay safe
and
healthy.
Iya, nanti kalau ada apa-apa kita bisa ngobrol lagi ya di grup WhatsApp.
Selamat malam mingguan Kakak.
Iya, selamat malam mingguan juga ya. Nah itu tadi sudah kasih link yang benar ya, pascauniska.ac.id ya. Dan untuk websitenya adalah yang umum uniska/kediri.ac.id ya, itu ya. Baik, sampai ketemu semuanya. Jangan lupa untuk diisi presensinya karena sertifikat tergantung kepada pengisian link kehadiran tersebut. Saya akan kirimkan juga di grup WhatsApp buat teman-teman yang kesulitan untuk mengaksesnya. Sampai bertemu lagi ya. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampai jumpa lagi.
Thank you.
Salam.
Stay safe and healthy.
Ya, stay healthy semuanya ya.
Foto bersamanya di-share ya, Kak.
Oke, siap.
Izin live.
Ya. Sampai jumpa lagi. Terima kasih untuk diskusi hari ini.
Hah? Hah?